Okay, thank you. Good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and those watching at home. I declare our meeting of council open at 6:01 p.m. As a sign of the respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands of Elders past, present and emerging on which we celebrate today, and other Aboriginal people who may be present today. Councillors, we have received an application for remote attendance from Councillors Bingham, Glanville and Beaujard for the meeting tonight. May I have the mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Robins and seconded by Councillor Grattan. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. May I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the ordinary meeting of 19th of August 2025. Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Disclosures of, we're up to item 4, disclosures of interest and ethical obligations. Councillors, in accordance with our Code of Meeting Practice, page 2 of the agenda, reminds us of our oaths and affirmations of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. Now, councillors, if you have any declarations of interest, please do so now. I have Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Williams, Councillor DeLuca. All right, sorry, and Councillor Glanville, I've got your hand up, thanks. All right, so we'll start with Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest on item 9.2. I'm an affiliate member of the Australian Local Government Women's Association. I don't think it'll affect how I will vote, so I will remain in the chamber.
Okay. Councillor Grattan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in 15.1. Lifeline is participating with Bicycle New South Wales in the spring cycle as a charity beneficiary. I'm the CEO of Lifeline Northern Beaches, that is a Lifeline member centre who may benefit indirectly from fundraising associated with the event. So whilst we're a member centre, I'm not actively involved in the organisation of the event. We only have a marketing support role, so it's insignificant. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to declare that I have a not significant non-pecuniary interest which does not require further action within the definition of Part 5 of the Code. I have a family member who consults to one of the companies mentioned in items 16.3 and 18.4.
Thank you. Councillor DeLuca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 8.3. I attended the Mandarin and Netball Association anniversary dinner with yourself, Councillor Robins and Councillor Williams, and I am a director of Netball New South Wales, which had no direct involvement in the matter. I will remain in the chamber as my impartiality is not adversely affected.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 14.2. As a solicitor, I practice in Class 1 in the Land and Environment Court. As this doesn't go to any specific proceedings, I don't consider that it requires any further action, and I'll remain in the room.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Causey.
Yes, sorry, I've just realised I could potentially still be a member of the Australian Local Government Women's Association, but I'm not sure if my membership's up to date. So, but I don't. Yeah, it's insignificant.
Yeah, I think it might be the New South Wales branch you're thinking of, whereas this is the Australian branch. Okay, thank you. Right, so councillors, we will now move to public forum and public address. We've got 18 speakers tonight. Before we commence, I wish to remind speakers that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet. I also wish to remind the audience that taking of video recordings and photographs is not permitted in the chamber. Speakers must agree to the following before being permitted to address council. You will not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and treat people with respect and courtesy. You will not denigrate or make defamatory or personal attacks on councillors or staff. That council accepts no responsibility for comments made by you speaking at public forum and public address that could lead to a claim of defamation by any person either in the public gallery, viewing the meeting via the internet or through any other media. Right, so the first one up we have at the moment is Elizabeth Challoner on the Manly Town Hall. And just to let you know, you've got 3 minutes to speak and there'll be a little sound that happens when you've got 30 seconds left. Hang on, we'll just turn on the microphone for you.
Good evening, councillors. I'd like to discuss relocating the Manly Art Gallery to the Manly Town Hall. 2 options for the project working group were recommended in 2023. The Performing Arts Centre was evaluated in 2024 and found not to be a feasible option. However, the art gallery option has yet to receive an evaluation and appropriate due diligence. Relocating to the Town Hall will provide increased space to enhance the existing offerings to cater for broader and growing needs of the community and tourists. More space for the permanent collection, museum, cultural and environmental exhibitions, display of Aboriginal art or museum, art classrooms for children, teenagers, seniors and healthy ageing programs, sensory rooms and wellbeing programs tailored for neurodivergent, mental health, dementia and disability, performing art space for live music events, community events and cross-disciplinary art. It's inclusive for all with free entry on the main thoroughfare, attracting passerbys and foot traffic from ferries, buses and parking. Free entry gives access to a cultural experience across all socio-economic groups and is inclusive. There are 24,000 visitors a year in the current location, which is at capacity. Expanding the offerings in a larger site on the main thoroughfare will increase visitation numbers. The art gallery at the Town Hall has a sound business model. Currently, operating costs are incurred by council. Moving to a bigger space may have slightly higher operating costs, which could be offset by revenues from a restaurant or coffee shop. State, federal and philanthropic funding could be used for capital costs. The art gallery in a central location will enhance the experience of the 2.6 million tourists who visit Manly annually. 92% of these are day trippers. A performing arts facility with most usage on a Friday and Saturday night does not provide much benefit to these visitors. The current proposal for an EOI for performing arts does not seem to be a viable business model or in the best interest in the community for the following reasons. Building auditoriums would incur significantly higher costs than to renovate for an art gallery. The 2024 feasibility study demonstrated that it's not a feasible option. Demand has not been established. Financial operating costs would likely exceed revenues, with little chance for commercial return on investment. Performances would require a government subsidy. This does not pass the pub test for public funding of an entertainment venue for residents in an affluent area. Why another performing arts centre with the already highly subsidised Glen Street Theatre is nearby? Why build a performing arts centre in a location that is not centrally located for all Northern Beaches residents?
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks. All right, next speaker is Mr. David Bennett from the Affordable Housing Levy.
Is that working? Yes.
Yeah, you can move the microphone up and down if you find that more comfortable. Thanks.
For over 10 years, residents near the Northern Beaches Hospital have been waiting to have their houses make way for development, yet no development has proceeded. Developers repeatedly tell us the council's affordable housing levy of 10% in the Frenchs Forest precinct makes projects unviable. To our knowledge, no building has commenced, yet was rezoned over 4 years ago. We and other residents have been living in limbo for years and are stuck with decaying properties. Developers inform us that eventually our house will be bulldozed, so in the meantime, maintenance and repairs to roofing, pools, etc. are being ignored. We currently have a directive to do unnecessary pool fence modifications. DY has a 0% affordable housing levy and Brookvale has a 5% levy. The average affordable housing levy in other Sydney councils is about 3 to 5%, yet Frenchs Forest precinct is 10%. Interest rates have increased 200%, construction costs 40% since the levy was imposed. Brookvale's levy has subsequently been dropped from 10% to 5%. If the goal of the affordable housing is truly getting affordable housing built, then this 10% levy is not working. 3% of something is better than 10% of nothing. Why has the Frenchs Forest such a high affordable housing levy, and when will the council lower the levy rate? Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And next up is Mr. Craig Atwater, Frenchs Forest Precinct rezoning.
Right, good evening. My name is Craig Atwater. I'm the owner of 51 Blue Gum Crescent, Frenchs Forest. The precinct B4 mixed-use zoning and the 10% affordable housing is what I'm going to speak about. With the introduction of the New South Wales State's new low to mid-rise policy, which has a higher zoning than the current B4 mixed-use zoning of Frenchs Forest Road, Blue Gum Crescent, opposite the town centre. Currently, the state government policy allows for 24 metres with a floor-to-space ratio of 2.2. Frenchs Forest mixed-use zoning is 17.5 and the FSR of 2, plus the 10% affordable housing. Is this going to be amended to reflect the state government LMR? I was heavily involved from the onset with council attending meetings and discussion groups regarding the Frenchs Forest rezoning. The 2021 rezoning required B4 mixed use to be the highest. However, now with the introduction of the low mid-rise policy, this is not the case, as the increased height is further down Blue Gum Crescent and Gladys Avenue. Town planners would say this doesn't make any sense, not to have the increased height and the floor-to-space ratio closest to the future town centre, future bus interchange and the hospital on the B4 mixed-use zoning. At present, there are 9 mixed-use zone properties on Frenchs Forest Road and Blue Gum Crescent, none of which are being developed. I spoke to a developer who had options on 4 mixed-use properties, 34 Blue Gum Crescent and 136 Frenchs Forest Road, who has now relinquished the options to buy and stated that there was no profit in it with the current mixed-use zoning and the 10% affordable housing. This is a prime example of what is actually happening. If council doesn't make urgent amendments to the area, nothing will move forward. The precinct is being crippled by the 10% affordable housing levy. We have had little to no interest from developers, with the only building occurring being boarding houses. I am very aware that DAs are being lodged and also approved to build units. However, no earth has been turned and many are back on the market to on-sell. The profit margins are not there for building to commence. Whilst I have no objection to affordable housing, it must be attractive to developers to invest in the area and to actually build them. This is not happening. It is now time for the council and state government to amend the zoning affordable housing contribution so that development can commence and the area can move forward. As a long-standing resident for 34 years, living in limbo has taken a personal toll on myself and my family. This has been going on for far too long and for far too many years. The council needs to urgently make changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is there any way that our General Manager, Mr Scott Phillips, could actually address the concerns of the two residents that have just addressed Council or another member of the planning staff? And if not, could Council undertake to meet with those two residents and hear their concerns and try and help them?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, we can certainly meet with those residents. I'll make planning staff available to talk through those issues, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, next person up. Speaking on the topic of rates, Genevieve Leaper. Back up again. Genevieve, you can bring it down if you like, yeah. Okay, we're ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Genevieve, and tonight I'm talking about rates and charges, but firstly I want to talk about a subject which I will call how many books and files. A relative of mine was a Lord Mayor in New South Wales in the 1980s. He would preside over committee meetings where the heads of department would table their financials. Well, at the committees meetings, the heads of department would say, with a massive smile on their face, "We've cooked the books again." Now, I'm not saying that happens here, because I don't know, just relating stories. Another close relative used to work in a state government department. Aren't we all state government employees here? Which was involved in acquiring properties. The OIC ran 2 sets of books, but that actually wasn't about the financials. The second set of books was the one they couldn't afford to get subpoenaed, and it was marked accordingly. So how many Commonwealth constitutions do we have? Most people would say 1, but is there actually 3? After Queen Victoria died, how many queens do we have in Australia? Most people would say 1, but there were actually 2. There was only one coronation in 1953, Elizabeth II, so who was the other queen? What was her purpose? Was she there for royal assent? So who introduced her? Was it Gough? Why is he presiding over Royal Styles and Titles Act in 1973 when he's busy running a duum virate? So why did this queen exist? Royal assent again. Back to council rates. To pay council rates, there has to be a contract, either constitutional or commercial. Otherwise, we're all slaves. I thought involuntary servitude was against the law. And by the way, why is council paying the environmental levy? Unless it's in Section 51, legislative powers of the Commonwealth, you don't have to pay it, and you shouldn't be using our rates to pay it. I think you lot need some good legal advice. A referendum to give local councils constitutional recognition was defeated on September 3, 1988. The New South Wales State Constitution was changed in 1902 and was done without the reservation of rights being adhered to under the letters patent. So that act is not constitutionally binding. I get up here month after month and I will never stop speaking out against deception. And rest assured, the truth will come out. And when it does, are all of you going to have to pay back every cent of ratepayers' money which has been obtained illegally? On a different topic, Nathan, you made page 30 of the Herald. I've had people ringing me from, let's just say, different parts of the state. You're famous, Nathan. Now, what? Ethan. Sorry, Ethan. Sorry, Ethan. Anyway, now, just back to my last thing. Just want to quickly talk about the council rates notice. So, this document is actually incomplete legally. Can I have another 15 seconds?
Okay. Anyone for extension of time?
No one's going to give it.
Sorry, Genevieve.
Oh, that's okay.
Not
Do you know
tonight.
what? You don't have to give it to me formally. I'm just going to talk anyway. So,
okay. So the next person up is now Mary Winterton, speaking on potholes. Welcome, Mary. Mary, you're going to have to push a button so that your little light comes on. That's it, perfect. And you can bring the microphone down.
Yes.
So, Mary Winterton speaking on potholes.
Good evening, everyone. The rules for motorists demand that cars be roadworthy. However, the awful truth is that the roads are not car-worthy. For too many years now, the roads that this council is responsible for have been inadequately and superficially maintained. This results in a danger to public safety and often leads to inconvenient, unnecessary expense for car owners. Motorbike and pushbike riders in particular are also exposed to potential physical injury. For too many years now, this council has constantly displayed willful incompetence by its futile and ineffective, flimsy repairs. Some months ago, at the parking area adjacent to the dilapidated North Manly Bowling Club, I witnessed an NBC truck stop and a person got out with a bucket of gravel, filled a large pothole, and then stomped it down with his foot. One person on the Facebook Northern Beaches People's Voice page posted her experience of driving over a pothole recently filled with loose bitumen, and her tyres flicked out that loose bitumen for the next 100 metres or so, and she wondered if that could cause damage to other cars. The numerous potholes in the side streets of Manly and Balgowlah, and I assume the entire peninsula, are ignored, and some of the larger ones have regularly been so-called repaired, but continue to open up again and again over many years. It's obvious that this council's attitude to potholes is to fatuously keep performing this useless practice, and this is unacceptable. This deliberate idiocy and waste of money must stop. It has been suggested that we look at what is being done in the UK with a machine using robotics and lasers to fix potholes. No need to resurface the road, but the potholes are fixed efficiently. This machine also detects cracks and areas that need attention, and that sounds like a perfect solution. This machine would be expensive, but that will not be an issue for this high-spending council, who prior to the latest rate rise refused to even consider reasonable requests from the community to examine cost reductions. Please Google this, Mr. Phillips, and use the internet to research and determine the facts. I believe that this machine would be less expensive in the long run as opposed to the foolish and endless fake attempts made by this council. Following the rate rise, I am demanding that this core responsibility be prioritised. So please, do your jobs properly and use our money on one of your main core responsibilities and introduce long-term effective solutions. And please, stop wasting money posturing and grandstanding on useless, politically driven public gestures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Next person up is Carly Smith on the state of the roads and footpaths.
Hello, can you hear me? I don't know how I'm going to follow that up because I've got the same topic, potholes. That was
okay.
That
Your
was really
time's
good.
going, so go for it.
Okay, good evening, councillors and fellow residents of the Northern Beaches. I just wanted to say my name is Carly Smith and I'm the Libertarian advocate for the Narrabeen ward. And tonight I'm speaking on item 17.2, which relates to the state of our roads, transport and potholes. It should be about social sustainability and the council's commitment to fostering community wellbeing through collaboration and support for local groups and individuals. I looked that up. I've lived on the Northern Beaches for 39 years and I'm ashamed that my local council can't get this one right. One of the core roles of council is the maintenance of roads. I would like to acknowledge that this council has taken steps to improve them with their Report a Pothole system. That's great. But let's face it, it's too little too late. Whenever there is significant rain, the potholes appear, creating unsafe conditions for motorists across the Northern Beaches. So in one instance, I had a friend. So you don't have to look after, I had a friend who had an accident recently and she's an elderly woman. let's say over 75, after driving home late at night in the wet, she couldn't see two very deep potholes just past the Narrabeen Park Parade roundabout. It resulted in the whole left side of the car being shredded in a massive pothole and the side tyres and major undercarriage of the vehicle being unrepairable, really, being sent off by the insurance. It took 4 weeks for it to come back, which actually today it came back. And it was 2 new rims later, 2 new tyres, needed plus all that damage under the work to be done and to be repaired. So GIO was her insurance company and they have tried to claim it back through the council for her to get the excess back. But the council said they rarely pay for their negligence and it would be out of her pocket. What a shame. In addition, she shall lose her no-claim bonus and plus her insurance premium will go up. As a pensioner, this is unacceptable for the council not doing their part. This really sucks. This is the infrastructure of a council who can spend thousands on art galleries and a 3-day jazz festival that tank money. This is the infrastructure of a council that hates small businesses and will do anything to stop them from operating into their full potential. This is the infrastructure of a council who can give away thousands to discretionary fund when they cry poor. This is the infrastructure of a council that thinks it's okay to spend $31,000 on expenses when there is a cost of living crisis. Councillors, it's public service, not serve yourself. The Libertarian Party believes that local councils should be about roads, rubbish and reducing rates. Roads, the thing that all of us drive on and should be safe and serviceable. If you can only line your pockets and can't fix the roads, then you should resign.
Thank you very much. Okay, on the same topic, we've got now Mr. Robert Bruce, Budget, Rates and Potholes. Is Mr. Robert Bruce here? We can move on and come back to him. Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Staff to read out a statement. Oh, okay. All right, before that, we'll have Mr. Shane McLeod. Sean.
Here we go again. This thing's ridiculous. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good evening, councillors, people of the audience, and drones. I am your Libertarian advocate for the Kelko Ward. Hey, big spenders. How are we? Da, 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 da. Our northern beaches, from Manly to Palm Beach, are a treasure. Our glorious beaches are the envy of most of Sydney, but our roads are a growing catastrophe. Potholes make every drive a challenge, threatening the safety and damaging our vehicles. Yet the Northern Beaches Council seems more focused on climate targets than fixing what's breaking underneath our wheels. Still, oh my God. Residents across Dee Why, Brookvale and Wakehurst Parkway have voiced their concerns about potholes, especially after heavy rains. I'll bet your portal system is teetering on collapse with the amount of hits it's getting. Temporary patches aren't enough, as you have just heard. And backlog lingers despite better weather. These aren't just inconveniences, these are hazards on council-managed roads and demand urgent attention. Now consider that council has a climate agenda. As we know, for every $100 we spend on council, they take 7 into climate initiatives, adopting a strategy to slash emissions and boost renewables and blah, 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 with goals like achieving renewable electricity for council sites and building reliance, and it all sounds really nice, but it really doesn't go anywhere, does it? They're pushing policies with public dashboards, tracking environmental progress and funding EV charges or, I don't know, something. But at what cost to our daily needs? Well, what cost indeed. Recently, your personal finances have come out. And oh my God, what the hell have you been spending all of our money on? Councillor Hackman, I call on you now. What have you actually been spending the Kilcurls money on? Can I get a response out of that?
Point of order, Madam.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor Williams, point of order.
It's not, the Speaker isn't allowed to call out council by name.
Very well.
Okay.
I'll take it on notice, I suppose. It makes us all wonder why we're forced to pay increased rates so that you can live like kings and us, the peons, must deal with potholes on our roads. With rates set to rise again, adding noticeable hit to our wallets, we deserve priorities that reflect what keeps our community, but heavy rains, which the council looks to climate impacts, aka winter, are worsening our roads. And the response is underwhelming. We need balance and a cap to personal expenses. Redirect some of that budget to roads and downsize your staff. You would be amazed what you can achieve. Council, listen to our countless pothole complaints and act. Show us transparent spending and put the needs of the people first.
Thank you very much.
And in 2028,
All right.
in 2028,
Okay, thank you very much. So, on to the next one. Staff to read the statement. Mr. Robert Bruce, budget rates and potholes.
Good evening. I apologise for not attending in person, but unfortunately other commitments require my attendance. For the record, can you hear me now? No? For the record? For the record, I am strictly neutral with respect to party politics and do not have or have had any party affiliations. Given I cannot attend this meeting, I take this opportunity to prepare for next month's meeting. In July, the CEO stated that he believed all my questions had been answered. Whilst I accept this was an inadvertent error, it was nonetheless an error of fact. I received no answers whatsoever from council nor any contact. I have, however, received some contact from councillors, and in order to encourage this, I again reiterate that I am more than happy for any councillor to contact me via the details provided to the governance team. In readiness for next month's meeting, I ask that Council provide me with the official documentation updates on the Warriewood Community Centre, DA 2021-0199, as I will not pass comment on documentation received from non-official Council sources. I do note as a starting point that the budget for this project was $9,519,250 and construction was expected to commence in mid-2021 with completion in late 2022. The builder, Belmadar, lists the project on its website as having a value of 15 to 20 million. That is about a 58 to 110% budget overrun. For whatever reason, tenders were delayed and construction did not commence until April 2024, with completion late this year. So Council is 3 years late on an 18-month project. As previously mentioned at Council meetings, there is unusually no quantity surveyor's report included on the DA portal, nor is there any explanation of this missing document, nor is there an update project cost to complete forecast. Council has had 2 months to rectify this oversight, yet has not done so. Can the CEO provide an update on this, please? If not, then can someone from Council provide me with the official position, please? Serious questions need to be asked about this project, particularly given Council has put in place the ridiculous 25% over 24 months special rate variation. If you cannot manage the budget and timeline on a new above-ground build, how will you operationalise the projects to spend the SRV money and overcome all the backlogs you were panicking about? Will you be employing even more council staff and excessively remunerate managers to undertake these works? If you cannot manage projects more adequately than this, then how will you manage the money from the SRV? And don't get me started on your individual expenses that go up to nearly $1,000 per week. Moving to our roads, it is reported that between the 1st of July and the 31st of August this year, 1,568 potholes were reported to Council, who has been able to make safe 1,355 of those. What was the cost of these repairs? How is Council seeking efficiencies in this area? It is reported online that funding from the recent special variation to rates has increased the number of road crews.
Okay, thank you very much. And the questions regarding the Warriewood Community Centre, the CEO will send some information through. Okay, next one up is Ms Claire Longley on council expenditure.
Good evening. My name is Claire Longley and I am a long-time resident of the Northern Beaches.
Do you want to just move the microphone closer to your mouth? Yeah, that's it, lovely.
Is that better? I'm speaking on council expenses and allowances. Now, council expenses and allowances are not perks. They're a responsibility. And if they're not delivering results for residents, they are nothing more than a waste. The councillor expenses and facilities policy sets clear boundaries, and the guiding principle is simple. Every dollar must serve the public interest and be of obvious benefit to the community. Not one, but two councillors spent twice the amount of the mayor in almost half the time. Another two spent almost the same as the mayor, also in half the time the mayor accumulated her expenses. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. This is not about whether it's permitted under policy, but about impact. The decision to spend must be based on outcome. Did these investments actually improve the outcomes for Northern Beaches? Did the professional development translate into better fiscal management? Did each trip taken, each ticket bought, deliver real community benefit? Were they opportunities that were seized to bring funding, partnerships or innovation back home? Or were they simply costs with no dividends? When councillors spend, it's not their money on the line, it's the ratepayers. And with every claim, the question is simple. Did our community get value or just another bill? This policy is not a blank cheque. It demands accountability, transparency, and alignment with community expectations. In the private sector, directors are judged not just on what they spend, but on the outcomes they deliver. Ratepayers deserve no less. Every kilometre reimbursed, every seminar attended, every dollar of public funds should be justified by a clear benefit, better services, tangible financial gains, or perhaps car-worthy roads. The community is not asking what can councillors claim. They are asking what did we, the residents, get in return? And that is the only measure that actually matters. So today I ask the council, what is the return for the community on these investments?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, our next guest speaker is Josephine Fazzolari on 47 Laurel Road, West Ingleside.
Okay, I'm going to try and stay on the time limit, but I've had some eye surgery, so I might be a little bit over the time, I'm sorry, with my reading, but I'll try and be really quick. Okay, good evening, Mayor, CEO, councillors, council staff and members of the public. My name is Josephine Fazzolari La Rosa, and I'm a resident of Ingleside, the beautiful Ingleside. I'm here to raise tonight to raise serious issues, concerns about road safety, public safety and the urgent need for better infrastructure in our community. Ingleside is often treated and is definitely known to all the residents as the forgotten suburb of Sydney within our Northern Beaches. We do not have connection to Sydney Water or sewerage network. We are governed by strict planning and development rules, yet we do not enjoy the same privileges as neighbouring suburbs. Time and time again, we've been told Ingleside does not have the infrastructure to support development. Yes, nothing has been done, yet nothing has been done to provide that infrastructure. As many of us are lifetime landowners and our forefathers before us and our grandparents, many of us ask why. Why are we not able to provide housing for the younger generation in our families? With the rising costs of housing across Sydney, young adults are staying at home for longer, and Ingleside families are often, not just Ingleside families, but many other families in the area. We are relying on granny flats, if you're allowed to build those, auxiliary dwellings, just to keep families together. Our population has grown in Ingleside significantly, but the services have not kept up the pace. The conditions of our local roads are unacceptable. Lane Cove Road, Manor Road, Wattle Road, Baronia Road and Laurel Road West are just some, are riddled with potholes that worsen after every storm. These roads are tiny, narrow, with no gutters, no footpaths, no stormwater drains and roadside verges, open ditches, terrible deep ditches filled with weeds, debris and vegetation. This makes them unsafe for drivers, cyclists, pedestrians and our children who have to walk to the bus stop. There is no bus stop. We have a makeshift pretend bus stop in a ditch on the side of the road, and we're told we can't afford a bus stop. Street lighting is also extremely poor or entirely absent. It took me personally 5 years of constant emails to have one street light installed in my street. It was absolutely ridiculous. So you've got to dodge the potholes, you've got to dodge the verges, the side of the road.
Thank you, Josephine.
Our kids are so upset. They can't even walk around with their friends safely.
Okay. Thank you very much, Josephine.
I haven't finished. Unsafe roadside trees are another major hazard. Many are bushfire damaged or infested with white ants and borer.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so can I call up the next speaker now? We're into public address. Okay, Ms Fazzolari, please wrap up. No, it's finished, yes. Okay, send us an email. It'll come to all of us.
Madam Mayor, could I move that the Speaker be given an extension of time to speak?
Okay. All right. There's been a procedural motion. There's
Hang on, we're putting...
procedural motion to...
excuse me, Madam.
Okay. All right.
We're trying to put a motion so that you can finish your speech. So I move that the Speaker be permitted a further 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Those in favour? Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Harvey. Those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Beaujard. Okay, sorry that's lost. All right. So up to the next speaker now for public address. On item 8.2, Mr Anthony White. Councillor expenses.
Is this on?
Yes. But I would suggest moving it closer to your mouth. Yeah.
How's that? Yeah.
Yep, great.
Testing?
Yes,
Better?
we can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and all, or as my colleagues already said, hey big spenders. My name is Anthony White and I'm the Libertarian advocate for Frenchs Forest Ward. Tonight I'm speaking to item 8.2, which is of course the expense fund of our councillors. So far, councillors have racked up $193,654. The 40% rate rise demand starts making more sense here. Our top big spenders, Councillor Williams from French's Forest Ward with $14,700, Councillor Hackman from Curl Ward with $24,000, and finally Councillor Hanjak from French's Forest Ward, $32,000. All this is in 11 months, with 2 of you voting for a rate increase. What are you using this money for? You represent a ward, a small group of people within council boundaries. All of your efforts should be going into representing them. If we combine Councillor Hackman expenses with Councillor Hanjak's, we could have paid off for an undergraduate finance course at University of Sydney for one of you. At least you could justify that to all of us. These expenses are, of course, on top of your salaries for turning up to council meetings and events. Councillors, it's called public service, not service yourself. If I can lay on the ground in Afghanistan whilst getting rocketed by the Taliban, you can certainly sacrifice ego for the benefit of all of us. These expenses may not be illegal, but they certainly are not appropriate. It shows a flagrant disregard for ratepayers. A leader who cares about society, who cares about the men, women and children in this electorate would have sat back with a high level of self-reflection and thought, I am directing these people to give me their money. I'm redirecting their work and pay towards my desires. I'm taking away their ability to put food on the table. I'm taking away their ability to provide experiences for their children. I'm taking away their ability to invest for their future. Is the sacrifice that I'm demanding of these people worth the expenses I'm demanding of them? Do I deserve their money more than them? The first thing you should have done was not claim expenses when you saw you couldn't afford services. If council was a business and the board was taking money whilst the business was failing, they would not keep their positions, as Claire rightly said. My question to you, Councillor Hanjak, are you spending this money on events in this local government area? Are you using this money to lobby for another paid role that will take you away from your responsibilities in this council area? Do you deserve my money more than me for these expenses? And will you pay this money back? The Libertarian Party believes in roads, rubbish and reducing rates.
Councillors and everyone.
Not fleecing the ratepayers to fund woke ideologies, climate hysteria or lining the pockets of councillors. We believe that the best way to serve the community is to not line our pockets with money from ratepayers for our own personal gain. If Libertarians were in here, we would lead from the front, not lead from the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is an address. Sorry, Okay, just a warning to the audience. Please be respectful. We've been respectful. If not, then we will have to kind of close and make sure that you have a couple of warnings, but really be respectful. Everybody here is here for their different reasons, and we're trying to hear as much as we can. So the next speaker now is on item 14.3, a notice of motion regarding the Governor Phillip Park Working Group. This is John Pearson and to be read by a member of our staff. Thank you.
John Pearson writes on behalf of the Barrenjoey Alliance for Arts and Culture, which is a group of active residents who possess high-level skills, expertise and ideas. We have been engaged with Council via working groups, discussion sessions, submissions and ideas papers over the last 10 years to deliver improved outcomes for the Northern Beaches community. Governor Phillip Park is due for renewal. It is a key asset for both locals and visitors. We believe the proposed plan of management and potential upgrades need creative thinking to deliver the best outcomes. A working group enables Council to tap into the contributions by key stakeholders, local specialists and experts. We know this model works. Plus, it is an important means for the community to be engaged, to build ownership and to feel they can make a difference. We have pleasure in supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we have on the same topic, Ms. Virginia Christensen.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of the Palm Beach and Whale Beach Association. We wish to express our support for Councillor Causey's motion to establish a Governor Phillip Park Community Working Group. PBWBA is a community-based group founded in 1918 with a membership of over 450 people. In 1925, PBWBA proposed that the strip of land between Pittwater and the ocean beach at Palm Beach be dedicated as a public park. It was subsequently named Governor Phillip Park, and this park is something the association has fiercely advocated for ever since. PBWBA was the leader of a public campaign to preserve Governor Phillip Park as a Crown Land Reserve in perpetuity, and the current council plan of management for the park includes a provision that PBWBA has to be consulted on the plans for the future management of the reserve. Governor Phillip Park has an iconic role in the history of Sydney, being visited by Governor Phillip in his first months of governorship. What an asset it is to the Northern Beaches LGA. It is especially popular with families. After Manly, it is the second most visited area on the Northern Beaches, with hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world visiting it every year, some to enjoy the scenery and relax in the beautiful environment, some to picnic, some to walk and exercise, some to surf and swim, some to enjoy the cafes, restaurants, and some to visit the adjoining Barrenjoey Headland and Lighthouse. The combination of unique natural and visual features within a relatively small area makes Governor Phillip Park one of the most outstanding coastal reserves in New South Wales. As such, it should be one of the Sydney showpieces, but sadly it is not. It appears neglected, tired, worn and unloved, with, amongst other things, weed infestations, ageing infrastructure, potholes, damaged road edges and inadequate wayfinding and information signage. We are so looking forward to a new plan of management. As it has done for over 100 years, Palm Beach Whale Beach Association will continue to advocate for the park on behalf of the community and seek funds for improvements and maintenance from all forms of government and the council for this well-loved, well-used, iconic piece of Crown land. We firmly believe that all income received from all the fees and charges raised in the park should be spent within the park and not subsumed into general revenue. We support the appointment of a community working group which would include representatives from diverse backgrounds and expertise in the environment, local history, both Indigenous and since 1788, businesses, arts, culture, tourism, recreation activities. We believe that this would be an important and constructive part of the development of the new POM and ensure that it is appropriate and relevant for 2025 and beyond.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Our next speaker is Matthew Rogg on item 15.1, which is the rescission motion to do with the student bicycle licence scheme. And Ms Milburn, our staff member, will be reading out his statement.
Good evening, councillors. Apologies that although we have attended the last two council meetings on this matter, we are unable to be present tonight. We do, however, want to make clear our support and look forward to what we hope will be a just and fair outcome. Tonight, we again wish to express deep concern about the mayoral minute being considered. The standard procurement process has not been followed. That process exists to protect ratepayers from unfair practice and political influence. Yet here we see a politically connected lobby group being prioritised ahead of transparent evaluation. Our not-for-profit has offered this council a proven school program that has already been successfully implemented in the Sutherland Shire. When presented at the recent e-bike forum, it was applauded by attendees. We are also in active discussions with schools on the Northern Beaches to extend this program, which demonstrates genuine community demand and credibility. By contrast, a bicycle licensing system on its own does not make sense. It will not address half of the issues facing the Northern Beaches, like rider behaviour, accountability and compliance that require a practical, multi-layered response. Simply issuing licences without a structured accountability program risks wasting ratepayer funds while leaving the core safety challenges unresolved. Ratepayers deserve decisions grounded in fairness, transparency and proven outcomes, not in political favouritism. I urge you to reject this motion and instead support solutions that are already working, that communities are asking for and that deliver real safety outcomes for young riders and the broader community.
Okay, thank you very much. And now on the same topic, if you could read out the statement from Peter McLean.
Sir Peter writes, apologies, Mayor and Councillors, for not being able to attend in person tonight. Another very big congratulations to Council on receiving a well-deserved award for its Know the Code e-bike safety campaign from the Australian Road Safety Foundation. Bicycle New South Wales supported and assisted in the development of this campaign, so we are equally excited and pleased for Northern Beaches Council. The Bicycle New South Wales Digital Student Bicycle Licence Program is in essence an education and awareness raising tool for students to better understand the basics of road rules, respect and etiquette for safer bicycle use. Bicycles and e-bikes are incredible tools to transport the community cheaply and effectively, but this must of course be done safely and legally. For a number of councils already signed up, and Northern Beaches Council, the Digital Student Bicycle Licence Program will complement and build on the great work already done by Council in this space, give Council staff the opportunity to develop and provide local feedback during the trial of the program, build stronger relationships with school communities, teachers and students, engage with new schools and all local schools more broadly, help address a key community need and gap in current education and awareness around bicycle rules, e-bikes, bicycles and community safety, and help support safer riding generally in the local community. Key points of difference with this program are a focus on not just high schools but primary schools, as this is where behaviour change must also reach and be prioritised, especially for Year 5 and 6 students before they reach secondary school. The provision of high-quality data to council and schools on where engagement is occurring and the opportunities to strengthen it. For example, key knowledge gaps which the council and schools can focus on. It doesn't use any identifying tags or labels to avoid privacy risks and inferring a bike might be legal when it is not. The program clearly educates about legal e-bikes and illegal modifications, which is a critical education priority and liability concern for schools and councils. The program will not only test students but also engage parents, which is a critical component of education and awareness raising. Student names and emails are extremely secure and protected in the database system and not a new system or shared files or platform. Bicycle New South Wales internally audits annually to ensure the existing high levels of control and compliance are not just maintained but strengthened. The platform hasn't faced any security or cyber breaches, which is why it is being used by legal and financial bodies. Bicycle New South Wales was established 50 years ago and is a not-for-profit charity governed by an experienced and skilled member-elected board with established governance structures and risk framework. Bicycle New South Wales is very excited to work on this program with Northern Beaches Council, as we have a great working relationship with staff and recognise the great opportunity to strengthen the positive impact. We look forward to continuing to work with staff on hopefully implementing this into Northern Beaches Council schools and developing it further in collaboration to increase local rider awareness.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, okay, next topic is on item 15.2 on the papers. Notice of rescission regarding outdoor dining trial Rialto Lane at Manly. Nathan Thomason, if you could come up.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I know, not another Libertarian. Don't worry, I'm the nice one. Good evening, mayors and councillors, or should I say, hey, big spenders. No, I'm not going to go into all that. We've had a bit of that already. My name is Nathan Thomason, and I'm the Libertarian advocate for Manly Ward. Tonight, I want to talk about the rescission motion regarding Rollers Bakehouse. First, I'd like to thank Councillors DeLuca and Singh and Gatunen for trying to reinstate these sort of seats. I'm not sure what's in the water for our councillors in Manly Ward, but whatever it is, it's bad for Manly. Rollers Bakehouse is but one example of councillors' nonsensical nanny-state thinking. Rollers was granted an outdoor seating trial which saw no incidents in 9 months. Instead of allowing Rollers to continue to operate, councillors elected to enter outdoor seating. I guess certain councillors would rather take the side of big corporates like Coles, who complained about Rollers, over our local businesses. This war on local business needs to end. In the last month, we have seen the Old Manly Boat Shed, a staple of the Northern Beaches music and comedy scene, announced their closing, and Ben-Bry Burgers closed after 15 years. The reason? Circumstances outside of their control. Gee, I wonder what's happened recently. Maybe there's 25.2 reasons to close. Councillors, you know higher rates mean higher rents. Businesses and residents are already struggling with the failed federal net zero policies which have increased power prices. They're struggling with excessive state government fees. Do you think our families and community will thrive if you continue to squeeze them with all your red tape and high rates? It's no wonder why businesses are closing. But perhaps I'm being unkind. After all, you are the experts of business. Just look at the art galleries that tank money and the prime space that can't be leased. I guess we can't really expect councillors to understand the struggles of business. If they have costs, they can just claim them from the ratepayer. It's meant to be public service, not serve yourself. The Libertarian Party believes in a back-to-basic approach to local government. Roads, rubbish, and reducing rates. Not excessive red tape for business. Not excessive rates which make the cost of business harder. Your ideas are not just bad for Manly, but they are bad for the Northern Beaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. And last speaker on this topic, James Sedaris.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep.
Good evening, councillors. My name is James Sedaris. I'm the owner and director of Rollers Bakehouse, Butterboy and Norma's Deli. I've been operating businesses in Rialto Lane for almost 8 years, and today we employ around 180 people. Firstly, I'd like to thank Vincent DeLuca for lodging this rescission motion, and I hope this decision last month is only due to the absence of councillors Hackman and Glanville, not a true reflection of the entire council chamber. During the 9-month trial and in 7 years of Rollers, there's been no complaints, no injuries, and no issues whatsoever. By definition, a successful trial should lead to continuation. To remove the seating despite zero problems contradicts the very purpose of running a trial. Some claims that have been made which I'd like to clear up, and they claimed that there were 11 bollards that were damaged, which is completely false. Not a single bollard in front of Rollers was damaged. In fact, there's actually only 3 bollards in front of Rollers. The broader issue here is not our seating, it's the council's inability to enforce misuse loading zones daily, including a 30-kilometre speed zone in this laneway. Let me speak about the influence my business has had on Manly's tourism. Last financial year, our 3 venues welcomed over 610,000 individual transactions, more than half of them new customers. Today, we have more than 200,000 followers on social media, which is more than the combined reach of Manly Observer, Manly Daily, Hello Manly, and Manly Beach's own personal Instagram. I'd like to pick up on a quote from our mayor back in 2023 when she was talking about the My Place plan, specifically around Rialto Lane. Manly is the gateway into the Northern Beaches. It's an ideal location for events and has an eclectic mix of waterfront restaurants, bars, and laneways bustling with cafes. 4 key places are the focus for activation during this: the Corso, Sydney Road, Pittwater Road, and several laneways, including Marketplace, Rialto Lane. These words gave me confidence to invest heavily in Rialto Lane, but council's decision to remove seating now completely contradicts that vision, discourages investment, and undermines trust. The fact is that the actions of council are misleading, and if we had known this in hindsight, we may have reconsidered our investment in this area. I have aspirations and plans as an entrepreneur to run a successful business. Currently, we have 5 retail venues in Northern Beaches Council area. My family and I have strong ties to the Manly area for 3 generations. We have exciting growth plans in both New South Wales and interstate, and I take pride that the bones of these businesses are born in Manly and reside their HQs here on the back of Rialto Lane. However, I find it extremely hard to support council off the back of this. We've had over 4,000 personal signatures for our petition, and the recommendations that I'm making are Rollers should be granted outdoor seating and charged in line with regular seating fees, a shared pedestrian zone and vehicle zone in Rialto Lane with a 10-kilometre speed limit, installation of speed humps to manage traffic, a pedestrian crossing at Rialto Square, designated delivery times for large trucks, stronger range of patrols to enforce loading zones and hold major operators like Coles accountable for waste management. Request for an extension of time.
I'll move for an extension of time.
Okay, thank
I'll
you,
second
Councillor
that.
DeLuca. Seconded by Councillor Hackman. All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh. All those against? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Have I lost someone? Oh, councillor Grattan? Yeah, against? And declare that lost. Thank you.
I'd just like to finish by saying we're willing and ready to work with council to make improvements, and we are on board with the safety of Rialto Lane.
Okay, thank you very much.
And we urge the
Thank you.
support of some kind of...
Thank you. Just to let you know, we're aware of the emails that have been shared by you. So, yes, we've got an idea. It's all right. We've already got a great idea of what you want.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor
Madam Mayor.
DeLuca.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor DeLuca.
I'd like to move that those waiting on the wait list to speak be granted permission to speak: Douglas Cohen, Douglas Rennie and Mr Stuart Gold.
Okay. All those in favour? Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh. All those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Okay, thank you. Declare that lost. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so now, councillors, we are up to items by exception. And I would like to ask you to be mindful of whether it's absolutely necessary to call out an item if the officer's recommendation is sound. And I'd also like to provide an opportunity for notices of motion to go by exception. If you wish to call out a nom, please do so when I get through those items shortly. Firstly, can I have a mover and a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Grattan. Councillors, I now wish to call out each item one by one, and you can advise me if you would like to call the item out. So, item 7.1, yes, I'd like to call that one out. Election of Deputy Mayor happens automatically. Do I need to put a mover and a seconder for the election of a Deputy Mayor? No, I didn't think so. Okay. Our item 8.2, councillor expenses. Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Causey. 8.3, Councillor Robins. 9.1. Yes. 9.2. Yes. 9.3. 10.1. Is that question to do with what's in confidential? Okay, so that might have to be dealt with in confidential, if that's okay. 10.2, 11.1, 11.2, oh, sorry, 11.1, 11.2, 12.1, 13.1, yes, and 13.2, 14.1, 14.2. Okay, I'll get the mover to pull it out. And Councillor DeLuca, are you questions? On 14.2? Yes, yep, but you had your hand up, so I was wondering if you were questions. Okay, 14.3. Okay, so Councillor Cawsey and Councillor De Luca. 14.4. 14.5, Councillor Robins. 15.1, Councillor Cawsey. 15.2.
I've got questions on notice responses that I'd like to call.
Okay, yep, I'll get to that in a second. I'm still up to, now I'm up to confidential. 18.1.
Yes, please.
18.2.
Yes, please.
18.3.
Definitely.
18.4.
Yes.
And if there's any question on any of the responses, Councillor De Luca, I'm
Yes,
sure
please.
that's
Could
where
I
you
call
are.
items 17.3, 17.4 and 17.6?
Okay, so if you just hang on a second, I'll transfer these onto another sheet. So I've got you all together.
Madam Mayor, I just have a question.
Yes.
Was Rialto Lane called out?
Yes, it was.
Oh, good, thank you.
Seven point one, 8.1, 8.2. Yeah, I need to know who called it out, though. That's the whole problem. Okay, so I'll get kicking on. As we embark on this meeting this evening, in the interest of an efficient meeting, I remind you the provisions of the Code of Meeting Practice that allows for motions to be put where no councillors wish to speak against an item, or we have two speakers for and against. Okay, so with that, we'll start off with the mayoral minute. Vale Mercury Salakis. I think it goes without saying that at this particular time, there is a family that is so extraordinarily well known as the Salakis family that they did not even realise how well they are known. And it is a huge shock to the community as to what has happened. The family is still processing what has happened. We have had some very small requests from the family as to how they want their family member honoured. I'm aware that there is a funeral this week that is purely for friends of the family and the family themselves. That is starting as quite traditional Greek. There will be a more public, open surf out when the decision is right for them. But the family are communicating tremendously and are extremely embracing each other and the family who have reached out and the public as well. I am aware that the public are so keen to do something in honour of this incredible family. And as we saw councillors yesterday afternoon, we were reached out by a well-meaning person, but with speaking with the family already, they're not interested in that recommendation. And I'm just so aware that incredibly so many of our locals want to help. This family is so deeply embedded, not only in the surfing community, but as his sister this afternoon was telling me, there was a whole life in Palms that they were unaware of, but this now is quite a global group of plant aficionados that are all over them as well now, trying to hold this incredible family up. So knowing full well that Mercury certainly is so loved, it is such a shock for our community what has happened there. The family are still processing the grief, and it changes how they feel from day to day, which is totally understandable. But we want them to know how much we are wanting to support them as they move through this grief and as our whole community moves through this grief as well. So I commend this minute to you. And please, if anyone else wants to speak, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's with great sadness that we now see a tragedy at Dee Why Longreef Beach. The last time a person was killed by a shark at Dee Why Beach was in 1934. The late Frank Riley. My late grandmother, Marjorie Smith OAM, was on the beach that day, and I'll never forget the stories, the recollections that she told of just how devastated the community was back all those decades ago. And now we see that grief again in our community over a very heroic man who, instead of quickly trying to save himself, he ensured that the lives of 5 others were saved by calling all those others in the surf together to protect themselves. We, as a council, should be calling upon the Australian Honours Secretariat to actually award him a posthumously bravery award for such selfless actions. Most of us around this chamber would know this family and the positive impact that this family has had on our community over so many decades. I have the greatest respect for Eleni, a woman of great courage who, despite adversity, has come and thrived. But more importantly, she has helped a number of others in our community. Our hearts, I'm sure, and I speak for all in this chamber, go out to Merck's wife, child, and the wider family. But of course, we need to support those who are still left, those who are grieving, and of course, the extended family, his surfing family, and those in Dee Why and the wider surfing community that loved him so much and love that family. We as a council need to do all possible to ensure safety in the future, but also that his honour and legacy is never forgotten.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hackman.
Thank you, ma'am. Similarly, I want to acknowledge the deep grief felt across the community at the loss of Mercury Psilakis. His passing has left a hole in the hearts of so many, from his wife, daughter, mother, father, siblings, especially his twin Mike, as well as his beloved family and friends, the entire surfing community, and those who simply knew him as a kind and generous presence at Longreef and DY. In those final moments, Merck gathered his friends near him in the surf, helping them to be stronger together. He lived as a legend and died a hero. That act of courage says everything about who he was, always thinking of others. I also want to recognise the first responders, his friends, our lifeguards, Longreef board riders, DY Surf School, New South Wales Ambulance, and the police, who rushed into an incredibly difficult situation. And many of them knew Merck personally, and yet they put their shock aside in that moment to give Mercury everything that they could. Our community is mourning together, and tonight we honour both Mercury's life and the extraordinary people who tried to save him. In due course, I know that lasting honours will be discussed with his grieving family. But for now, to everyone in the community who is grieving, please know that your entire community stands with you in love and support.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, if we can put this to the vote, all those in favour, declare that carried. Thank you very much. Okay, up to the exciting part. Election of our Deputy Mayor. Before we go into the election, can I just say, I want to say a huge thank you to our current Deputy Mayor, who's been a fabulous support and worked hard behind the scenes. And I would like to say thank you very much to Councillor Ruth Robins, who has been an immense support. So thank you very much. Please give her a round of applause.
Madam Mayor, I'd also like to convey my thanks to Councillor Robins from the brilliant Narrabeen ward. We do it better than all of you. And it is always nice to know that Ruth endeavours to be as fair as possible. She's not political. She does not seek the political limelight and works very hard for not just the Narrabeen ward, but indeed the entire council area. So I thank you for your service as Deputy Mayor, and I look forward to welcoming you back to your home of Narrabeen.
Okay, thank you. So, councillors, before I hand over to our CEO, who is our returning officer for any election of a Deputy Mayor, we must first vote on whether to elect a Deputy Mayor, the term of office and the method of voting. So can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Williams, Councillor Grattan. And the motion is that Council determine whether to elect a Deputy Mayor in accordance with Section 231 of the Local Government Act. If required, call for nominations for candidates for the office of Deputy Mayor. If required, determine a method of election for the Deputy Mayor to be conducted by one of the following methods, and I'm electing that we have open voting. Number 4, conduct any election of the Deputy Mayor in accordance with the provisions of the Local Government General Regulation 2021. All those in favour?
Sorry, was there a seconder to that? And don't we have to state a term of office, whether it's 1 year or longer?
Yep, it says for a term ending September 2026, so it's for 1 year.
That needs to just be in the resolution, but it also needs to be seconded, yeah.
Yes, and I've got a seconder, Councillor Grattan. Okay, so all those in favour? Declare that carried. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and can I start by breaking all protocol by, on behalf of staff, also thanking Councillor Robins for your service as Deputy Mayor during the last 12 months and your support to all staff. Councillors, you have resolved to elect a Deputy Mayor for a 1-year term. As the nominated returning officer, I now invite nominations for the position of Deputy Mayor for the ensuing period. Can I remind you that nominations must be in writing and that in accordance with the local government regulations, 2 or more councillors must nominate a councillor for the position of Deputy Mayor. Councillors, I have received a written nomination from Councillor Bingham, seconded by Councillor Williams. I have also received a nomination for Councillor Glanville, moved by Councillor Hernjack and seconded by Councillor Harvey. Councillors, do I have any further nominations for the position of Deputy Mayor? Councillors, being no other nominations, our 2 nominations are in the order in which I received them.
Excuse me. Sorry, I don't have another nomination, but I'd like to speak to the nominations.
Madam Mayor, it may be that the time for debating
Yeah,
is,
okay, so we'll move through the procedural part first. I don't know how much time we're actually going to have for any discussion.
Just on that, there's no provision in the legislation to actually
any-
provide for the speaking to nominees, and
Yes.
we've never done it in the near 20 years I've been here.
Yeah.
So
I'm
according
trying
to
to
the Code of Meeting Practice, I'm not allowed to speak to this?
It's to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, the time to debate the matter occurs prior to voting on whether to elect a Deputy Mayor. You have now resolved to do so, and we're in the period now of the returning officer conducting the election itself.
I just don't understand why a matter of council brought forward in the open session of council would have to be discussed behind closed doors in terms of transparency.
Sorry, can I just clarify?
Yeah.
We're not going into confidential session behind closed doors. The vote will actually be in the chamber.
I know, I'm just asking if I can speak to this agenda item, basically.
Okay. Normally the time for discussion is actually before the actual election, where there's normally discussion and phone calls. So yes, I'm just...
I didn't get any discussion and phone calls, so... Sorry, Councillor De Luca, I'm not talking to you.
Okay,
Point of order.
councillors, please. We've got a long night, so let's just move on with this. We have never had a discussion of why one person is better than another. We're up to the point now of actually voting.
So you're ruling that I cannot speak to this item?
Yes, I am.
Excuse me, Mayor, I have a point of order that's still standing.
Yeah.
It's actually a double-barrelled one, if that's all right. I believe Councillor De Luca has breached 11.31 of the code by interrupting Councillor Harvey while she was speaking. I also believe he has contravened 16.11 by committing an act of disorder by making unfavourable personal remarks about Councillor Harvey by implying that she wasn't knowing what she was talking about. I would ask that you uphold those points of orders.
Okay, so my ruling on this will be in the interest of moving through with hopefully some speed tonight, though I suspect that everybody has something to say, which is quite understandable, but we'd like to try and get through the whole agenda. I will uphold the interrupting just to try and keep this, that you're listening to each other, but I will not uphold the point of 16.11 of active disorder.
Well, I'd like to do a point of order as well. Then 16.11, Councillor De Luca said I was being rude. It's pretty unfavourable remarks.
Okay, so Councillor De Luca, would you like to just withdraw that comment, please?
Madam Mayor, just in explanation to that, I felt the tone and the aggression from Councillor Harvey was deliberately designed to intimidate and harass. And while I felt it was rude, I'm prepared to just accept that behaviour and move on.
Can we have a mutual apology?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I would much rather that you rule on that.
Okay,
I
so
don't feel the need
Councillor
to
De Luca
apologise
has
for clarifying that I
offered an
wasn't speaking to
apology.
Councillor De Luca.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
Let's
did
just-
she say she will apologise or?
No, she doesn't want to.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologise for just clarifying
Okay,
that I was
so
not
I
speaking
rule
to him.
now that we just move on. Councillor Hernjack,
Sorry, Mayor,
what
could
is
I
your
just-
point of order?
I would just like to clarify whether you upheld Councillor Harvey's 16.11. It was unclear to me whether you had or not.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, if we could move on to voting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, just to be absolutely clear, I have received 2 nominations. I'll read those nominations out in the order in which I received them. Firstly, a nomination for Deputy Mayor for Councillor Bingham, and secondly, a election for Deputy Mayor for Councillor Glanville. Councillors, in a moment, I will ask you to vote. I will ask you to vote by a show of hands. When I read out the candidate's name, I'd ask that you raise your hand and keep your hand raised until I have read out your name, read out the candidate's name. Thank you. So, as I indicated, the first nomination was for Councillor Bingham. You have been nominated, and could I ask you to accept that nomination, Councillor Bingham?
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Glanville, you have been nominated. Could you please confirm you accept that nomination?
Yes, I accept.
Thank you. Okay, with that done, would those councillors voting for Councillor Bingham please raise your hand and leave it raised? Going in direction, Councillor Hines, Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Bingham. Councillors, could I now ask those councillors voting...
Sorry, you counted me twice. Oh, sorry, no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
She just added on operations.
No, that's okay. So just for clarity, I have for Councillor Bingham, I have Councillor Bingham, Councillor Hines, Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon and Councillor Beaujard. Councillors, could I now ask for voting for Councillor Glanville, if you could raise your hand and keep it raised. I'll go in the opposite direction. Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack and Councillor Glanville. Councillors, with that, I declare Councillor Bingham elected Deputy Mayor until September 2026.
Okay. Congratulations, Councillor Bingham. And thank you very much, Councillor Glanville. Right. On to the next one, which is item... And commiserations, Councillor Robins. You'll be back into your Narrabeen area next month.
Happy.
Always. Okay. Oh, Councillor Giltnan.
I'd just like to ask Councillor Bingham that I hope this has nothing to do with the fact that you sit next to me and you want to get away.
Oh, certainly not.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm reading the tea leaves here. Councillor Harvey, is there something you would like to say? You had your light on earlier.
I guess I'd just like to have it on the record that I was denied to speak on a meeting item that was just put forward on the agenda, which I'm pretty sure is in contradiction to the Code of Meeting Practice 10.21. Any councillor has the right to speak once on a motion. It's a motion before council. Perhaps if it's a procedural issue, I can get a letter back from staff, but it seems like it's in contradiction to the code to me.
Okay, all right. If Mr CEO can send through some information to Councillor Harvey, be lovely.
Could I just ask a question on that too? Could the General Manager please also obtain advice and confirmation that an election is an election on a nomination and a seconder and not a motion? And I'd refer you to Roberts and Roberts and Horsley meeting practice.
Mayor, if possible, could
Okay.
I seek clarification through you to the CEO? Is it the case that you can speak to any council motion before the council? Unfortunately, in this case, it was just that Councillor Harvey missed the opportunity to speak because we had already resolved to conduct the election with you as returning officer, and that she would otherwise have had the chance to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll deal with both questions. I will take Councillor De Luca's question away for consideration to Councillor Hernjack's question. Yes, that is the substance of it, that it's not a case that councillors were not allowed to speak, it's the time for speaking had passed.
Okay, so next item up is 8.2.
Thank you, Madam
Councillor
Mayor.
De Luca,
I'll move.
and seconded by...
Let me just move first.
Oh,
So that thank you. 1, note the expenditure tabled in accordance with the councillor's expenses and facility.
So you've got an addition or an amendment?
I've got an addition and I'm moving it as an original. Note the expenditure tabled in accordance with the councillor expenses and facilities policy for the period 1 July 2024 to 30th of June 2025. 2, change the policy to include A, that all applications for attendance at conferences are to be considered and determined by council at an open meeting of the council. B, that all applications for learning and development courses by a councillor be determined by council in an open session of a meeting of council. C, that at no time may a councillor claim expenses while campaigning, attending protests, political party activities. 3, that per quarter, council's management report to an open meeting of council.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second and ask, do you have this already pre-written out so
No,
that we can
I've
read
just
it?
written it on the hop.
Oh, okay.
Report to an open meeting of council, councillors' travel claims, including the date, where from. Now, I'm not saying to name the address of the councillor, but at least state home, from where and to, the purpose of the travel or the event or the activity or the organisation travelled to. So that's what we do actually have to do on the claim form, and that's just for transparency purposes. And then I have some questions.
Okay, so do you have a seconder for this? Councillor Singh?
Thank you. My question to the General Manager, since the September council election, which councillors have undertaken the Australian Institute of Directors course?
Okay, just to let you know, Councillor Grattan and Councillor Hernjack, I've already got you in that order, so you don't need your lights on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have that information in front of me as we're dealing with a policy level. I don't have individual details tonight.
Could you take that on notice and undertake to get back to councillors on that, please?
Yes.
Out of those councillors that attended that course, could you please advise which councillors completed the course?
Thanks, Madam Mayor, if that information is available to me.
Do councillors who undertake a course have to show any evidence to council that they have completed that course?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, no.
Could council please advise each conference that councillors have attended since the last election and the cost, respectively, of each conference?
Yes, we could, yes.
Could you also please advise any other event or activity that any councillor has attended since the last election, the title of the conference and the amount that each conference has cost, similar to the previous question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I can provide information that is provided in councillors' returns. Councillors, you're all familiar with the documentation you're required to fill in. That's information that I can provide. If it doesn't provide the level of detail Councillor De Luca just asked for, well, clearly I can't provide that.
Thank you. In the past, councillors were required to furnish a report on any conference or activity they attended. Is that not the case, and should the policy be amended, or is that still the case and it's just not being followed?
That was an old Warringah one.
Councillors, to the best of my knowledge, I haven't received that. That's a matter for the council to decide.
So it's no longer in the policy that councillors have to provide a report following a attendance at a conference?
I'll have to check the policy.
In relation to both the Daily Telegraph article as well as the Sydney Morning Herald article, Councillor Hernjack claimed that he could not account for other. What expenses would be in other, and are you able to advise council tonight, and if not, take those expenses on notice to advise council what constituted other expenses?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I can't do that. What I can do is provide the information that's been provided on your forms. If you provide that detail, that's information that can be shared. If you don't, then that hasn't been provided to us.
From an accounting perspective, do you require any evidence to support other?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, that is not a specific requirement in the policy, so no, we wouldn't pursue that matter further.
So could I put in an application tomorrow, hypothetically, for $5,000 and not have to justify that $5,000 and just say other?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I'm not here to deal with hypotheticals tonight. I'm quite happy to provide advice when I have the policy in front of me to provide guidance if necessary.
However, in the categorisation, other, are you saying that no evidence is required to make a claim under other, and there is no amount limitation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not saying that. I am saying that you are required to comply with the policy, and I'm not sitting here tonight interpreting that policy. That's something that if councillors do have questions or seek guidance, we can provide that on a case-by-case basis.
And did you at any time, as claimed by journalists, advise Councillor Hernjack to claim as much as possible because he's the poorest councillor on council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, as is the case with each of you, I do not disclose details of any conversations I will have with each of you on a case-by-case basis.
Can I infer then that that's a yes?
I can debate whether
I've got a point
who's
of
the
order.
poorest.
I'd just like to raise that in the Code of Meeting Practice, when a question is asked of staff, after the response, the councillor is then not allowed to argue it further. And I think for Councillor De Luca to infer would be breaching that part of the code. So I'd like a ruling on that. I don't think it's appropriate.
Okay, I'll uphold, but also aware that Councillor De Luca probably has a couple more questions.
Many questions.
I'd also like to say a point of order, ma'am. Section 16.11D about making personal remarks or insults to a councillor. I understand that it was through the CEO and he was trying to reflect that, but the mere fact that that's been raised, I think, is inappropriate in this context.
Okay, your point of order is upheld. If we could manage the language better, Councillor De Luca. Thank you.
I don't think there was any offensive language. It's just trying to ensure transparency, and that's our job.
Point of order.
Okay. Point of order, Councillor Hernjack.
Just like when staff respond to a question and you aren't permitted to reply to it, when the Mayor makes a ruling on a point of order, a councillor is then not allowed to debate the ruling of the Mayor. So I'd like you to uphold another point of...
To the point of order and on a point of order, if we're going to go down this
Okay,
street,
so I'm going to address
I would
Councillor...
point out that a
Hernjack's
councillor...
point of... I'm going to stop. Okay, go back to Councillor Hernjack's last point of order so that you're not trying to overlap each other or talk on top of each other. So, Councillor Hernjack, I will uphold your point of order and now move over to Councillor De Luca.
As you know, the Code of Meeting Practice does provide for a councillor to give an explanation upon ruling on a point of order, and I would ask that you do that. As I said, I'm just trying to ensure transparency in the public interest. So now I would like to ask some questions through you, Madam Mayor, of Councillor Hernjack.
Councillor Hernjack, just
Thank you.
a reminder that you don't have to answer questions until we go into debate.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just flag that in the interest of time and noting that we have two rescission motions that would be wise to deal with, I will probably say it's more sensible for me to address anything in debate rather than by answering questions from councillors.
However, I will use my entitlement under the Code of Meeting Practice to ask those questions, and you can either take them on notice or you can reject them. I'm quite happy. So in relation to the conferences that you have attended, could you please advise exactly what the conference was for in the Northern Territory?
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. I attended the Urban Place Leaders Summit in Darwin in the Northern Territory. This was a conference on urban design, climate adaptiveness in design, and also on placemaking within local communities. The keynote speaker for this conference was the Honourable Rob Stokes, former member for planning in the New South Wales Government, and of course now professor at the Macquarie University School of Environmental Law. I thought that this conference was directly relevant to Council given our numerous planning concerns, my desire to become more informed around the rules of planning, and also to understand what other councillors in this space are being able to achieve. The ideas sharing, the value to Council, I am more than comfortable with for my attendance to that conference.
Thank you, Councillor Hernjack. And what recreational activities did you undertake during that conference? Is it true that you went on a boat tour?
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. As part of the conference program, there was an included tour for delegates that included a boat tour within the Darwin waterfront.
And what benefit do you believe that brought to Council and the ratepayers of the Northern Beaches, your boat tour?
As I mentioned before, the idea sharing, the connecting with other councillors, but also council staff who were there in numerous attendance to take back to their planning departments what they had learned. So I found it very beneficial for me to be there, and I did thoroughly enjoy the conversations and connections I was able to make.
Would you be prepared to furnish all your expenses incurred during that conference to the public?
I would probably say no, as I submitted a valid conference request form, which was signed off by the Office of the Mayor and the executive team. Those were all inclusive, but I did not incur any additional expenses. I believe the breakfast was included and my lunch was provided for, as well as dinner at the conference.
How many other conferences have you attended since the last year's election over the 9-month financial period? I understand there's been 2 in Canberra and 1 in Griffith. Are there any more?
I attended the Local Government New South Wales Conference in Tamworth at the start of our term. I recently attended the Australian Local Government Association for Councils, which was also in Canberra. I attended a 1-day symposium in Canberra on insects in crisis and the threat of biodiversity loss to our councils and our regional spaces. And I also attended the Australian Local Government Women's Association Conference in Griffith.
And for each of those conferences, would you be willing to publicly disclose your expenses during those conferences?
As with the other conference I've attended, I submitted a valance conference request, which was signed off by the Office of the Mayor and the executive team. I'm quite comfortable that I stayed within the allocation provided to me to attend those conferences, so I would say no.
Is it correct that you are number 2 on the Greens ticket for the New South Wales Local Government Association Board of Directors election? Or are you anywhere on that ticket?
Point of order, relevance, 11.13. I don't think that this is a public grilling of a councillor. This information can be furnished separately rather than try to shame our councillor here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hackman, I will uphold that because this is starting to feel like an interrogation. Maybe you should furnish your questions so that...
Madam Mayor, I'm entitled under the Code of Meeting Practice, as you well know, to ask questions, and the CEO has just confirmed that. So...
Okay, so I have upheld that point of order and I will ask you to desist asking those kinds of questions.
Okay, so my
forward.
next questions then relate to your mileage. You drive a BMW. What's the actual level that you claim for? What's the motor claim?
I drive a 2008 BMW 5 Series with 223,000 kilometres.
No. What's the
I'm
petrol?
getting to the point of the question. I just want to give you as much background as possible so we can get on with the meeting, Councillor.
I prefer relevance.
No, I'm getting there. Thank you. In terms of the actual expenses, I claim under the 2-litre vehicle size, my car has a 2-litre turbo diesel engine.
So how many kilometres have you actually claimed for to get up to nearly 4,000 kilometres in 9 months?
I would refer Councillor DeLuca to one of the many reports in the Daily Telegraph or the Herald.
Oh, so you're admitting that the Daily Telegraph and the Herald are correct?
Given that I provided them the breakdown of my expenses, I'm pretty sure they're correct, Councillor DeLuca.
So did you drive to Darwin?
No, I did not.
Did you drive to Canberra?
Okay, Councillor Harvey, what's your point of order?
9.14. Questions must be relevant to the matter of the agenda. I can understand the area of Councillor DeLuca's questioning, and I'm sure that Councillor Hernjack would be more than happy to provide written responses to this, just as he has to...
Well, he can take them on notice.
It's fine, but I just think this is not in the best use of the whole council's time.
Our community
going into
want
the
information.
specific details of the expenses incurred by each councillor when we are trying to move through a very detailed agenda tonight.
Our community want this information. And I'm entitled to ask these questions.
Okay, I'm upholding Councillor Harvey's point of order. Councillor DeLuca.
Okay, I move
can we
dissent to your
move-
ruling, and I'll now speak, and I will speak on every one of your points of order.
Councillors, we have a
I move
dissent.
dissent to your ruling.
Yes, so we
And now I
have a
can
ruling of
speak.
dissent. Councillors, it's up to you.
No, I can now speak for 3 minutes in support of the dissent motion.
Okay, and then councillors, you get to vote on the dissent motion as well.
Thank you. In relation to my questioning,
Point
it
of
is in
order.
accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice.
Okay, Councillor Grattan, point of order.
Referring to the notes here with a motion of dissent, it requires a seconder.
Councillor Singh.
Thank you. Could you reset the clock, please, for the interruption? Thank you. As I stated, my questions all night have been out of the public interest to ensure transparency and have been in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice. The Code of Meeting Practice provides that a councillor can at any time ask through the chair another councillor a question, and that is what has occurred. This issue has attracted significant public concern. It is the subject of both print media and now television media. Oh, and radio. I forgot that. Thank you for pointing that out, Councillor Hanjak, and I'm sure you can be assured that there will be many more issues raised of concern regarding this matter. I will not be silenced on this issue. I'm not intimidated by anyone at this council. I'm here to represent the residents. So every time you raise a frivolous point of order and it's wrongly ruled upon, for the record now, I will move a motion of dissent on every point of order that you improperly rule against. And that will take up our time. So if you want the meetings to be orderly, you will let councillors ask questions on a matter of public importance. And this is so important to our community. Tonight we've heard that there's not even a definition of other, and from my reading of it, I can put in as much of an expense claim as I like for other without even having to provide verification. And yet that, when I raised that point, was again objected to via point of order. This is a democratic body. Whether you hate someone or not, you have to let them represent their constituents, and that is what I am doing. I know you don't like it, but I am trying to ensure transparency for our ratepayers. And that's what they have raised tonight in the community forum. And that's what my motion actually is tonight and goes to. Better transparency, better accountability, and to ensure, in some ways, that we can find out and get to the root of exactly Councillor Hernjack's expenditure, and I should add, Councillor Hackman's expenditure too is similarly of concern to our community. And yet it's you two who keep raising the points of order and trying to shut down debate on that. And that's inappropriate.
Thank you, Councillor DeLuca. So, putting this motion of dissent to a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh. All those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Bingham. Declare that lost.
And I have further questions. In relation to your mileage claim of nearly 4,000 kilometres, Councillor Hanjak, Could you please advise whether any of those were to protests, particularly the one in Manly that I saw on video you and Councillor Harvey at?
In the interest of time, I will not answer.
Okay. Could you please confirm whether you claimed mileage for any other protest regarding some of the motions that you have moved in international matters at this council?
In the interest of time, I will not answer.
Could you please advise that in relation to your mileage, how regularly are you submitting that to council?
In the interest of time, I will not answer.
And could you please advise whether at all times you have accorded with both the spirit and the letter of the policy?
In terms of mileage?
Not just mileage, but all applications for reimbursement.
In the interest of time, I will not answer.
Councillor Hernjack, when you're saying in the interest of time, you're not answering the question, do you mean any further questions or just these questions?
Yes, that would be what I would be doing, yeah.
Sorry, I don't.
I will not be answering any further questions in the interest of time.
Okay, thank you.
And then in relation to the actual allegations against you in the media that you may not have completed the course, what was it, the Australian Institute of Directors course, is that correct?
What's the question?
Have you completed the Australian Institute of Directors course?
I'm still undertaking it at the moment, Councillor DeLuca.
Okay, and when did you start that?
In the interest of time, I'm not going to answer any further questions.
And when is the completion date?
In the interest of time, I will not answer any further
Have you failed that actual course?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, councillors, can we move into debate?
Could I ask some questions of staff, please?
Well, I think I had my light on first.
Okay, Councillor, okay, if we're going back, Councillor Grattan, you were the next light up.
And I'd just like to foreshadow the original motion should this be voted down.
Okay, so we have a foreshadowing of the original motion if this is voted down. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. Similar to the request from Councillor DeLuca for a list of conference attendance, could we receive a similar list for event attendance and the expenditure claimed by each councillor for attending events, and also whether they were or were not in the LGA?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I can provide the same information. So if I understand the question, it is providing each of you all of your claims. I can do that.
Okay, so after Councillor Hernjack, I did have Councillor Harvey. Then
I've
I
still
had
got a few
Councillor.
questions, sorry.
You've still got more questions?
Just two
Because
more.
I've also got Councillor Causey and Councillor Hackman.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to perhaps the CEO. Am I right in saying that 2C of the amendment is already captured in the policy in the distinction between personal, electoral and private benefit and is redundant?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just don't have the policy in front of me, Councillor. I might have to take a look at that and let you know.
Thank you. And last question, through you, Mayor, to governance. For any claim under the expenses and facilities policy, they all have to be accompanied by a valid receipt. Is that correct? And if so, would that therefore mean that there is no blank cheque for other expenses? And is that simply just how council records it internally?
Through you, Chair, any claim does need supporting evidence, such as a receipt.
Okay, any questions then? If Councillor Harvey's not here, I had Councillor Williams. Nope, all right. Councillor Causey and then Councillor Hackman in the order, and then Councillor DeLuca and then Councillor Singh. So, Councillor Causey, you were next. Questions have ended. Question, Councillor Hackman.
Question through you, Mayor. Benchmarks of other councils. How big are we and how do our expense claims compare to others?
Through you, Chair, whilst I couldn't draw comparisons without knowing other data, Northern Beaches is, I believe, the 5th largest council in the state.
Is it possible that Ms Foley is available to answer? Because I've got some specific dollar questions. My next question is, what is the maximum expense allowance allowed per councillor?
Through you, Chair, I don't have the policy with me, but I do know it's itemised in there in terms of the line item limits for each category. I can check the attachments booklet. I believe that's in there. Sorry.
Did anyone, well, I can let you know that it's $61,000, a little bit more detail, but I don't know the exact specifics, but I know it's approximately $61,000. So happy to take that on notice to get the specifics. Did any one of our councillors exceed the allowance that is legally permitted?
Through you, Chair, no.
Okay. And what are the big ticket items on council expenses usually?
Through you, Chair, with the election cycle at the start of a councillor's term, they can be issued with a mobile phone and a laptop, which is returned at the end of the term. So these costs are for any councillors that have taken that option. Professional development and general expenses relating to civic duties are the other key items, without going into further detail.
Okay, and that would probably be approximately how much to furnish a councillor with a laptop, phones, and all of the initial startup training for new councillors?
I believe the IT equipment is around $3,000.
And the phones and the initial training?
Sorry, that would include the phones. The initial training is an induction program that we run and we work through with the peak body to deliver.
Okay. And then just about the training. Obviously, councillors go through a whole lot of initial training and then events and conferences to make sure that they are looking at best practice and bringing ideas that have been effective at other councils into this council. Is that actually a policy that councillors should access professional development and training?
Under the Local Government Act, councillors have an obligation to have the skills necessary to perform their roles. In terms of what a council position may be on attending professional development or training, then that would be a policy position of the individual council.
Okay. And then just in terms of whether or not it's a better benefit for the community to have that training spread out over many years or to have it up front so that the community benefits from that training for a longer period, is there a position on that for council?
Staff would not have a position for when councillors might choose or consider the best opportunity to be trained up.
But we are pushed to have a personal development plan that includes training and attendance at events.
Yes, a development plan would be required for all councillors, which covers the term of council.
Great, thank you. Looking at the expenses for the financial year just gone, obviously we've had a lot of new councillors. I also had a look at previous years and I was actually quite surprised and I wanted you to confirm. I don't know if you wanted to pull it up from the website or anyone that's watching at home could do the same. But is it true for the 2023 to 24 financial year that the highest councillor who was claiming expenses to the value of $15,104, $4,627 more than the mayor, was in fact Councillor DeLuca?
I can answer that.
I'm not asking you.
I'm happy to.
I'm not asking you.
Funny that.
Through you, Chair, I do not have that data in front of me in terms of this report that's been considered.
Well, it is publicly available on the website, so anyone can check that. Now, Councillor De Luca said earlier that he will not be silenced and that he was, really looking for transparency for ratepayers. My question is, was Councillor De Luca given grace when he was the highest claiming councillor of all of the expenses from among all of the other councillors above the mayor? And while he was doing his job, claiming within his right as a councillor.
A point of order, Councillor De Luca. What's your point of order?
Councillor Hackman's actually misled the chamber. I have not been the highest rating councillor, but I can actually explain, and I'm happy on a issue of misleading the chamber
what's your
to do
point
so.
of order?
That Councillor Hackman is misleading the chamber and also making adverse reflections when she know them to be dishonest.
I think that I'd like...
Point of order.
Okay. Okay, first of all, I'll rule on the original point of order and just say we will move on. I understand that you, Councillor De Luca, feel that it's a personal reflection and would like to
I'm just
answer
happy
that.
to explain.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying and happy to answer that. But in the interest of time, this kind of point scoring here is being a bit of an issue. We need to move on. Councillor Harvey, what's your point of order?
Once again, 15.11, imputing improper motives. Don't think Councillor Hackman intends to mislead the chamber, and I think she's in every right to ask questions.
So those questions, I guess, are answerable on the website, but thank you for clarifying.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are back to Councillor Singh. No, lost the will to live. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. Just in relation to the request for events out of the LGA, could they also please include the organisation or the charity that was attended upon? So with every activity and with every event, could we please have either the name of the organisation, the charity, or the purpose, such as a pro-Palestine march or protest or other? We need to have that specificity, regardless of whether it's in the LGA or out. Is that possible?
It's whatever you've got there written down. If you want that written in there, then put it in.
But the CEO, the general manager
sorry.
said he'd provide the events out of the LGA. I'm happy for that, but I think all events in the LGA and out, but it's got to have specificity on what those events actually were.
Okay. Councillors, just take your lights down. Thanks. Right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, in case I wasn't clear before, the information we will provide will be the information that you provided to us on your forms. We won't be interrogating those further. We won't be seeking further information.
Thank you. And just in relation to Ms Loveridge's comment that every claim must have a valid receipt, that's not the case with mileage though, is it?
Through you, Chair, that's correct. Mileage is a per kilometre rate with a destination and a extent of travel kilometre calculation.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Grattan.
I was just going to ask a quick question. With all of these detailed requests for very detailed information, is the operational cost of delivering that information worthwhile? Compare the extent and the difficulty in compiling such information, the cost of that is possibly going to be more than the cost of some of these events that we're attending, and I'm just wondering of the efficacy of such requests. Maybe it's just a comment.
Okay. Can I ask that the mover move into debate?
Unless there's any other questions. I'd love one on my expenses, thanks, Councillor Hackman, if you'd like. No, I know there wouldn't be. Thank you. As I said earlier, this matter is of great public importance. We have seen so many people concerned about Councillor Hanjak and Councillor Hackman's expenditure particularly. The majority of their expenditure does not relate to learning, as we have been able to draw out tonight, and as we've also seen in the media to date. Councillor Hanjak has confirmed that the media got it right in relation to their reporting, and I thank him for that acknowledgement of the excellent journalism undertaken by James Willis at the Daily Telegraph, and also Max Madison at the Australian, as well as Ben Fordham at 2GB and all the other programs. And I know that A Current Affair were here tonight, and I'm sure that future employers will be watching this of all councillors, as well as our voters. And that is what transparency is all about. In relation to the attack on me about my expenditure, I'm happy to put my expenditure up any day compared to any other councillor. And yes, it's on the public record, but also on my Facebook. When a Greens political leader attacked me, I gave an extensive response. So, this motion aims for transparency, and if it's voted down, it just shows that this council, but particularly councillors, are not prepared to have transparency in our community. And I know the Greens policy is for transparent government, so I'd be surprised if they vote against this. This is to ensure that when mileage claims are put in, that the public subsequently sees exactly where a councillor is travelling from and to, and for what purpose. It also provides that all applications for attending a conference have to come to a public meeting so our community know exactly what a councillor is applying to go for and the reasons why and the justification of how that conference or indeed that learning benefits the community. I think this would just be best practice governance, and I am surprised if any councillor here, particularly those that have attended the AICD conference or learnings that perhaps haven't completed it yet, but I'd be surprised for them to vote it down based on the learnings there. But, key word, transparency, and our community is crying out for that. So we need this, and I commend it to the chamber.
Okay, thank you very much. The seconder, Councillor Singh, do you want to have anything to add to this before I move to the others that have put their lights on for debate?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and thank you for giving me some time. First of all, I totally agree with Mr. Councillor DeLuca. I personally don't have anything against Councillor Hanjak. The problem is the community wants transparency to see what claims he made it. Recently, I have submitted 2 claims, has been rejected, not to provided efficiency for the receipt of the 2 missing. I've been told my claim will be not acceptable. That's fine. But my community comes to my door, I welcome them, to acknowledge them, to make sure I serve for the community. Today I received so many calls and emails, and what do you want me to answer? I don't have any answer for that, what claim have been made here. I don't know what the money has spent here. They asked me a number of questions because of one person. I have clarified, I've been asked through the council to provide specific time. I've been traveling to see individually residents in Northern Beaches. I don't know, it's only me or all of them has been provided there. So when I fill in my travel sheet, I fill in my time, date, travel. Secondly, just to acknowledge you, I have purchased myself office work, $199. The claim has been rejected. Not sure why. Because I have lost the invoice or SIPT to no provided. So I want to make sure in the future, as my request, if we can provide transparency and clarification to the community, to the claim you have made it, to make sure I don't have any problems. So please don't take it as a personal, but make sure my community needs to know. They're the ratepayers. They need to know. So my humble request to the council and council team, and please, let's move on. We need to look at the time, it's already 8:30. We have not finished 8.2 items here. So whoever makes a claim in the future, all the councillors, time's up, all the councillors. So please, we need to have the community transparency to provide it to the community. Northern Beaches is the highest rate paying at the moment. So please, we need to answer them. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now into debate. Just to let you know, because lights have been on and off, and I think you're all a bit concerned about where you are in the list. I've got Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Hernjack and Councillor Grattan, in that order. So Councillor Causey.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, anyone interested in the Northern Beaches Council could hardly fail to have noticed the media attention to our expenses over the last few days. I'm extremely disappointed by some of this reporting and believe that if journalists are going to dissect our expenses, then the public needs to hear the full story. To start with, I note that councillors receive a basic fee of $33,816 plus super this financial year, received last financial year. This year, it will rise to the princely sum of $34,824 plus super. In the Pittwater ward, for most of the last 4 years, I've worked in excess of 40 hours per week. My husband tends to get annoyed when it gets up to 60 or 80 hours. And that's simply to fulfil my duties as a councillor. I know many other councillors make the same sort of effort. We've already had a taste of the councillor expenses policy from councillor, from a previous councillor, sorry, surnames escape my mind. Many of these provisions are standard for a professional or even simply somebody working at a desk. Some are offered deliberately to attract a broad range of candidates to stand for council. For example, mothers of babies and toddlers, as well as young people, including students whose finances are limited. Now, I also make this point because the council is meant to represent the whole community, and the whole community includes mothers with babies and students whose finances are not going to be equivalent to those of the lawyers on the council, the economist, the substantial business owners, or many of the others of us. The professional development funding enables councils to complete courses offered largely through the Local Government Association of New South Wales, and these equip them to serve the community. That includes the Company Directors course, worth nearly $10,000. Unfortunately, the media seized on one headline about a Greens council whose expenses totalled $31,000 last financial year. Anyone who does their sums will see this lies within the guidelines and was approved as such. For context, I'd like to read you some of the expenses of other councillors last year. Councillor Beaujard, $7,262. DeLuca, $14,009. Hines, $13,024. Glanville, $9,924, including childcare. Causey, $9,318, and I'll note that it's the first time in 4 years that I've claimed petrol. We can go on. Bingham, the previous year, 4,614. DeLuca, 15,104. Causey again, 4,282. Ryburn, 9,447. Genscher, 6,965. So there's plenty
Councillor
there.
Causey, your time is up. I think we got the message. Okay, next Councillor Beaujard.
Let me unmute. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's interesting reading headlines. It's kind of fun reading articles, but it's far more fun to read the comments. In the Sydney Morning Herald article today, the comments veered from "it must be a really slow news day" to "who really cares?" Well, we care. Council cares, the Auditor General cares, and our Audit Risk and Improvement Committee care, and our governance team care, and they all care deeply about what expenses we put in. Are we within the guidelines? Is that bringing value to council? And the way we manage that is through a policy. Now, we know in this chamber, if we start to change policies on the run, on the floor of the chamber, without discussion or consideration, we actually put ourselves in a worse position. If the public want to know what people's expenses are, down to the nth degree, I'm sure there's GIPA requests they can do to get all of that information from council and have that available. I believe that the current policy works well. Everybody's spending within the guidelines. We all understand deeply that it's the community's money that's being spent. And for a start, I don't actually claim all my expenses, which is probably why I'm a little low, which is a slap on the wrist because I'm a bit lazy with stuff like that. But from that point of view, having an expense policy allows us to attract councillors who are truly representative of our society from all walks of life. As Councillor Causey said, students, entrepreneurs, business owners, lawyers, we all have a place to play, and the expenses policy creates a level playing field so we can all fulfil our civic duty and we can all deliver to the community of the Northern Beaches. So I'm not in favour of the amended motion by Councillor DeLuca. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hearn-Jack, you were next.
Thanks, Mayor. I understand we've had 2 for and 2 against, so I'd like to move that the amendment be put.
No, because I have the foreshadowed amendment, which was the original motion.
Would that only happen if this amendment failed?
There is no amendment, it's a motion. He's now moved that the motion be put.
Yep.
Yep.
I'd foreshadowed it though.
Yes, Councillor Grattan, you did foreshadow. Yep.
Yep. I've been trying to put it up.
The motion was first put.
Yep.
So that takes precedence.
That takes precedence, yes.
And I get my right of reply.
Yes.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is not policy on the run. It's responding to an issue of public concern. This motion is on behalf of our community who are furious with the conduct of certain councillors. While some have tried to abrogate responsibility by trying to point at other councils and councillors' expenses in past years, which are easily explainable and all in the pursuit of serving the community, we must always remember, similar to what those community members came and spoke about, that it's not about self, and you don't go on council to make money. And it is not the responsibility of this council to provide a livelihood for a student, if they are indeed completing. It is imperative that we ensure transparency on this matter. Otherwise, people will say, well, obviously there is something to hide. Now, Councillor Beaujard said it must have been a slow media day with the comments. Well, I think you need to read onto the Sydney Morning Herald's comments as well as the Daily Telegraph, but also those that rang the switchboard. In relation to your suggestion that people lodge a GIPA application, that's expensive and tedious, Councillor Beaujard, and our community shouldn't have to go through an expensive, bureaucratic process to ensure transparency. It's our job to ensure transparency. And if councillors here don't vote for this policy amendment to ensure transparency, you will be condemned by our community. And it does look like that you are hiding something. And that concerns me greatly. So I ask you to please consider, stop bringing this council into disrepute. Please try and understand the residents' concerns. You've hit them with a 25% rate increase, and they expect that we justify every cent. And Councillor Hackman, I'm more than happy to justify every cent I have ever spent. I just hope you do too.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will now put this item to the vote.
Could I just...
Yep, and move the motion to be put. All those in favour? Yes. Okay. Councillor Williams, Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Giltinan. I'd say Councillor Bingham, are you motion be put?
Can I get just clarity? Are we voting for the motion to be put, or are we voting to?
Yes, we are. If you put your hand up, it's a unanimous.
Okay.
All right, there we go. Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, so now we're voting on this motion put forward by Councillor De Luca and Councillor Singh.
Can we just clarify, if there's a vote against, then we go to the foreshadowed?
Yes,
Right,
then the
thank you for
foreshadowed
clarifying.
motion comes forward.
Is that under the new code of meeting practice that's not implemented yet? So therefore, if this motion is defeated, it lays upon the table and there's nothing.
Because Councillor Grattan has already foreshadowed a motion, which was the original.
No, she
motion.
foreshadowed an amendment, but she did so after. She used the words amendment.
Okay, so clarification, you say you say it into the
Foreshadowing
microphone.
the original motion as it was put.
Yep. Okay. All right, back to the motion in front of us, which is Councillor De Luca and Councillor Singh's. All those in favour? Councillor Giltinan, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh. Those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville and myself. Declare that lost. Back to the original motion, or officer's recommendation.
Which I guess I'll move it, and
depends how much more talking we need to do. Seconded by
Councillor Beaujard just put his hand
Councillor
up.
Williams. Can we put it, or
Let's
do you
just
want to
put it.
speak to it?
Well, I was just going to explain why, but in privacy, safety, and so on. But I don't need to speak. Let's just put the motion.
Okay. All those in favour? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Glanville and myself. Declare that carried.
Could you please state those of us that will be voting against us?
Councillors Giltinan, De Luca and Singh voted against.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, at 8:34, procedural motion that we move into a 10-minute break, moved by Councillor Robins, seconded by Councillor Grattan. Thank you very much and see you back at 8:45. Are you moving this as is? No? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to have an addition, and I believe that governance has it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'd like to. I've just got. There we go. It's on an addition.
An addition. Councillor Cawsey, would you like to second that? Yes. Okay.
To speak to it?
Yes,
sure.
please.
Look,
give us an explanation.
sorry, it's for me. Over the past couple of years, I've actually noticed that the actual.
Sorry, sir. I did have a question, but.
Okay. All right. Questions, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. Just in relation to the allocations to funding assistance to represent Australia at the Walking Football Federation, which I completely support. Why, though, some only got 333, whereas others got
500.
500. Is that because they're in different teams or they're in a national team? Like, why is there the difference?
I possibly can help you with that. The maximum a team can be allocated is $1,000. So if there's 2 people, they get 500 each. And in one team, there were 3 of them. So they got 333 to try and make it as fair as possible.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
I'll just keep it very quick. The discretionary fund is guided by the discretionary fund policy, and it supports individuals and community organisations through small financial donations. Look, I actually believe it's timely for review of the policy, as quite simply it doesn't seem to help people it used to help. And I just think the criteria needs to be looked at, and the focus perhaps discussed in the report, and perhaps I believe changed to meet the criteria in point 2.
Okay. Councillor Cawsey is the seconder.
Yes, and I wonder if Councillor Robins would agree to add one word just after intellectual, creative. Yep.
Okay, that's accepted.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else would like to speak? If not, we can put this to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Unanimous. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I'd like to move a procedure motion to deal with the 2 rescission motions, item 15.1 and 15.2, so we can deal with them earlier on in the meeting rather than later.
Okay. Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Hernjack. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. So now we'll deal with 15.1, which is the Merrill Minute to do with the Student Bicycle Licence Scheme. Sorry, as we jump around. Right. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the rescission motion as printed. In so doing, I will reiterate my concerns that when this was presented to us via Merrill Minute, it seemed lacking again in transparency. And we've heard from Mr. Matt Rogg, his speech via staff tonight, as well as his past speeches, and that of the community concerned that this came about as an unsolicited proposal, I was told, and yet there had been correspondence between certain councillors and the Mayor. It does concern me greatly that we now have 3 providers that have all come to us. So 2 other providers have written to us saying that they can either provide better or more experience with this issue.
Can I
think
just
we-
get a seconder?
It's
Councillor Singh?
It's all on the notice paper.
All right.
So it did concern me, and it still does, that this matter came to us via Merrill Minute and it was asked of us to fund, with other councils, a trial. And yet eBikes Australia have a proven track record in the Sutherland Shire and other council areas. I don't know why then we would be paying for a trial when we have a proven company or whatever they are, a charity, to conduct this essential education and program. I think it is very important that we don't necessarily support organisations just because we know them or just because they're continually writing to us or if they've handed out how to vote cards for us at election day. And that is definitely the perception in the community on this matter. And as Mr Rogue pointed out in his speech tonight, it does look like one organisation who carries political favour is receiving a benefit when a more experienced and qualified organisation with a proven track record is being dismissed. I hope that this rescission motion will be passed because then we can actually conduct a transparent process as provided for in the supplementary motion that would go forward, that in the interests of transparency, good governance, and noting that another organisation is already running a similar program for free in the Sutherland local government area, that council call for expressions of interest and report the matter back. And that was supposed to be at the September council meeting, but obviously that would change to the next available council meeting.
Okay, any other questions of staff?
Thanks, Mayor.
Sorry, I just want to check because I've got lights on and I just want to make sure the order. All right, Councillor Hernjack.
Just a quick question on process through to staff. With rescission motions, if we were to rescind it, would we then consider the alternate motion and would we have the opportunity then to amend or debate further?
Yes.
Through you, Chair, yes. The motion put forward would then be considered.
Okay, Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you. Question to staff. Under the Northern Beaches Council's procurement policy, what is our policy around expenditures under $5,000?
Through the CEO to Mr Pfeiffer.
Through you, Mayor Hines, you only need one quote.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor DeLuca, as the mover. You've already spoken. Councillor Singh, no. Anyone else would like to say anything? I might make a quick comment on this, on why I'll be voting to down this rescission. I absolutely understand that the e-bike platform, if you like, that is growing before our eyes day by day is constantly changing as more people are discovering about using e-bikes. I totally understand that because this is a very growing new sector of the industry, it's attracting a lot of people. And eBike Australia, interestingly, only just started when I looked them up in February of this year, and then a couple of months later changed to a charity, which I suspect was under advisement from obviously someone who thought they were giving them the right advice. I understand that there's a possibility they might run some trials with some schools in the area, which is fabulous, and I can't see the problem of having 2 trials happening at once. I myself would be very nervous of a fairly newish company that's not even 12 months old yet, and putting all our apples in one basket. So I'm quite happy with the fact that if we have Bicycle New South Wales's trial and have the Australian e-bike people, isn't that better for our community because there's more information about e-bikes between the two of them? Who runs their trials the best? I don't know, but it is considerably a very small number that we're talking about, and I definitely would be asking those to actually support my original motion. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Beaujard?
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, he's spoken.
Yes,
Oh,
I
no,
think
I
he
asked
had
the
a question.
question.
Now he's into debate. Is that
Yep.
right?
That's correct.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. My question is, what are we doing here? The community is crying out for government across the country to help with e-bikes. And there's three distinct areas we can help. The federal government can help with what we import into the country, the state government can help with enforcement and laws and police, and we can help with education. This original mayoral minute was looking at an organisation who's been around for 50 years, is the peak body for bicycling, offering an option that flows through primary school to high school from a trusted partner that councils worked with for ages, for an amount of money that we only need one quote for. It's not a vast thing. E-Bikes Australia are going out and have already talked about going to other schools and being supported by the Department of Education. The whole of government need to work together. This is council's way to make it happen, not slow it down with an EOI and another approvals process and a bunch of red tape. Let's cut the red tape. Let's do this. Let's also verbally support e-Bikes Australia as they go out through the Department of Education. And let's see if we can actually move the needle on e-bikes on the Northern Beaches.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're voting on the rescission motion.
Right of reply.
Councillor De Luca, right of reply.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just in relation to the question and answer regarding the procurement policy, just because only one quote is required if under $5,000 doesn't mean it is right. And in any event, we have not seen any detailed quotation from Bicycles New South Wales. All we've received is a request for money. So that seems irregular to me. And I would emphasise again, just because we only have to get one quote for under $5,000 does not make it right. In relation to the charitable status of e-Bikes Australia, I do not know what the inferences were meant to be there, but clearly these people are highly qualified. And as Councillor Beaujard has just said, yes, Bicycles New South Wales have experience in bikes, not e-bikes, whereby e-Bikes Australia has extensive experience in relation to e-bikes and the problems that exist. Now, the Sutherland Shire Council is the organisation that has similar problems to us, and it has been trialled and tested. So it's not a trial of their program in the Sutherland Shire. It's now been so successful that it is being rolled out. Not just in that local government area, but other local government areas. And we should be ensuring that the best program is provided and that we're not paying for it, because that's not our role. I do continue to have concerns about the transparency of this matter. Trying to explain it away that, oh yes, we only need one quote for under $5,000. Well, why wasn't everyone invited to quote for under $5,000? It looks like an inside job. And that's not good for this council's continuing diminishing reputation. As I keep saying, and I cannot reiterate it enough, we need to do all things possible to ensure transparency, to increase the confidence of our community. The trust and confidence in this council is at an all-time low. Doing things like this, red light? No red light. So doing things like this just further reduces the trust and confidence in our community, and the perception is exceptionally bad. And we have seen that from the constant speeches made by residents every month. Now, I plead with you, do not dismiss the community's concerns. Listen to the community's concerns. If you honestly think they're going to go away by dismissing them, that will not happen. Please, this is a matter, again, of transparency and accountability, and it is something that our community desperately needs, but in the right way, and to ensure that it is delivered by the best people.
Okay, thank you. Putting this rescission motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Singh. All those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, myself, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Glanville declare that lost. Back to the original motion. Rescission motion, sorry. Yeah. Okay, up to the next one. 15.2 I had down as...
I submitted that.
Yes. I actually had Councillor Causey down for that one.
No, she called the item.
Yeah.
Yes, I called it out just to make sure it didn't, wasn't just
Okay,
passed.
so the original, the rescission motion is Councillor De Luca,
Gilton
seconded by
and
Councillor Singh.
And Gilton.
And Giltman. Governance, if you could put in Councillor Giltman too. Okay. All right.
Are there any questions first, or?
Councillor Harvey?
Not a question.
Not a question, okay. Councillor Glanville, is it a question?
Yes.
Yes?
Thanks. Through you, Madam Mayor. Are staff able to confirm where the bollards are that are said to have been damaged on Rialto Lane? Were they outside rollers?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the bollards that have been damaged along, there are 21 bollards in total. It's all throughout the lane, and it's staff's understanding that there are a couple of bollards that have been replaced twice now along where the outdoor dining is at Rollers.
Does staff have any information about the time of day that those incidents occurred? Do we know whether they happened in the middle of the night? Did they happen in the middle of the day? Did they happen early morning when customers aren't around?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no, I don't have that information.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, I've got a whole list. Yep. Have you got questions, Councillor De Luca? All right, Councillor De Luca, do you want to go first with your questions before I go into some of the others? Okay, so actually the next one I had was, hang on a second, Councillor Beaujard, is yours a question?
Yeah, one or two questions actually, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
So just let me clarify the bollards thing, if I can. If I could ask staff through you, Madam Mayor, how many bollards have we placed in Rialto Lane?
Through you, Mayor Hines, with the bollards, they run all throughout the lane, so there's actually 21 bollards that run throughout the lane.
And how many have been replaced was the question.
Oh no, how many were placed, not replaced?
Oh,
I think
sorry,
that's
how many were placed?
that's coming. The next question: were any bollards placed specifically for this trial?
No, the bollards were already in place. However, before the trial started, there were 2 bollards that were replaced in line with the rollers premises where the outdoor dining was.
Cool. And these bollards, do they go deep enough to protect somebody from impact should a vehicle impact them and a person be the other side?
I'm not an engineer to be able to explain that, but it is a shallower depth than we would normally put the bollards in that location because of the car park that's underneath.
And can I ask, what is the cost of replacing bollards over the 9-month trial?
Through you, Mayor Hines, with the costings, we will need to replace the bollards regardless of the trial because we maintain those bollards all throughout. So regardless of the trial, we do need to pay those costs.
So how much per bollard roughly?
It costs, depending on the number of bollards at a time that are being replaced, we pay for the time and also for the bollard itself. So the costs for the last couple of bollards were around the figure of $4,000.
Wow, and how many bollards have we had to replace? Just the total number?
13, I believe it is, now that we've had the extra 3.
So that's a potential of $40,000, $50,000 if I just take your numbers doing back of the envelope math. So I'm not asking for you to confirm that. And how much staff resource is spent, working out when bollards are broken or fixing them or checking them and making sure they're safe?
Through you, Mayor Hines, we have place coordinators that are located in Manly and they regularly check those and tighten the bolts to ensure everybody's safety.
Cool. And how much revenue have we received from rollers for outdoor dining over the last 7 years?
They've only been paying since they've had the trial period, so that's only around $6,500 that has been received over that period.
And how much would that be annually then for outdoor dining in that location?
Their annualised fee, I believe, is around $5,700.
Okay, and finally, in staff's expert opinion, is outdoor dining in that location safe or unsafe?
As per the council reports, it's staff's opinion that the location is too constrained to have a safe operation of outdoor dining.
Thank you.
Councillor Harvey, do you have a question? Sure. I have you down as next.
So can I just clarify, were these bollards installed at the beginning of this trial?
Okay, so everyone's lights, just to let you know, Councillor Causey and Councillor Bingham and Councillor Grattan, I've got you in your order. And Councillor DeLuca, you've got more questions? Yep.
Through you, Mayor Hines, the bollards were already in place prior to the trial. However, 2 bollards were replaced immediately before the trial that had been damaged.
We all know that correlation is not causation. Were we replacing these bollards before or monitoring how often they were being replaced before?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, these bollards have been regularly replaced since their installation.
And regardless of outdoor seating, they probably will continue to be damaged and replaced.
Through you, Mayor Hines, that is correct.
And it's the position of council that these are not satisfactory safety requirements for rollers to have outdoor seating.
Through you, Mayor Hines, in line with the outdoor dining guidelines and the space requirements for safe outdoor dining, yes, it's our understanding that no, we don't believe it's safe there.
And in the original passing of the motion for this trial in Rialto Lane, were there any indicators of success placed on the evaluation of the trial?
Through you, Mayor Hines, there were no specific KPIs placed on the trial.
So can I just clarify then, council has supplemented the damaging and replacing of these bollards as a means for evaluating a trial that had no means to be evaluated? Should I rephrase or?
Yes, probably.
Okay, so-
in an easier, because you do realise this wasn't a council-led
Oh,
trial.
I understand
This
that
was a
staff
notice of
didn't make
motion.
that decision and that
Yep.
staff has its own ways of measuring safety. But I guess in lieu of council actually providing a framework, the only framework that council staff is able to evaluate this trial is for damages to pre-existing infrastructure.
Through you, Mayor Hines, no, that's not correct. In terms of assessing the trial, there were no KPIs put forward as suggested. The way that we assess safety of outdoor dining is based on the outdoor dining guidelines. And so that's the assessment that we made. Whether or not the safety of the outdoor dining in its existence now has changed and through that 9-month period, the assessment is still made against those criteria.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm just curious as to why the bollards have become such a centrepiece in this discussion, and in the attachments last month, the only pictures were of the bollards, so that's why I'm trying to clarify that, but I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor De Luca, do you want to put some questions in here? Because I've got 3 other councillors. So if you want to be...
So no, you go them first. I'll collect my thoughts.
Councillor Causey. No question? Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just curious if we've had any complaints from delivery trucks or couriers about the outdoor dining.
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, we have.
Councillor Grattan.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, a couple of questions. The loading zone area in Rialto Lane, is there any time limiting to those loading zones, and are the large Coles trucks, etc., allowed at any time of the day or night?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the laneway is accessible 24 hours a day for any vehicle. It's a public road and laneway. In terms of the loading zone, from memory, it's half an hour.
So I guess on a busy Saturday or Sunday, there's a lot of traffic, not just in Rialto Lane, but crossing Rialto Lane to get to the cafes and things on Wentworth Street. Is there any restrictions on the size or the number of movements of trucks in those busy pedestrian periods?
Through you, Mayor Hines, to my understanding, no.
And is that something that would be open to Council and Traffic Committee, subject to all of the usual processes, to investigate different times of day for different movements of those larger vehicles where there might be a public safety issue?
Through you, Mayor Hines, that's not something we would consider appropriate. There's a whole range of different uses of that space, including residences, delivery trucks which have DA requirements set.
Madam Mayor, just to supplement the question, all of that is correct. There have been recent state-led changes to planning guidelines which limit council's ability to limit the delivery of goods and services to commercial premises in the interests of making business easier. So it would not be open to council to limit, for example, a large vehicle to after-hours periods.
Just a couple of extra ones. How many seats, outdoor dining seats, are we talking about in this location? And separately but related, is the queuing for the queue to the counter, what is causing more impact on that loading zone? Is it the queuing of the, not loading zone, the lane, the queuing of the patrons to buy their pastries, or is it actually the people sitting down in the outdoor dining area?
Through Mayor Hines, the approval for outdoor dining is for a space. How that gets used is up to rollers, so it's whether or not they have a bench or 6 seats is really depends on their setup. With regards to the second question about whether or not the queuing or the outdoor dining, that would be a matter for council to decide what that is. That's not something we've assessed.
Because yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. In relation to the answers provided to Councillor Bingham, on what dates did those delivery trucks and couriers complain, and was it during the trial?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I don't have that information in front of me. I'm happy to provide that.
Do you know whether it was during the trial or before or after? Because it is quite significant if it was during the trial, because at the last council meeting you said there'd been no complaints during the trial.
Through you, Mayor Hines, there's been no official complaints to our complaints department. We have received complaints to via phone calls to customer service, etc., and that has been during the complaints period.
And so you'll take on notice what date and time those complaints? Okay. And what action did council actually take in relation to those complaints, if they were not vexatious?
Through you, Mayor Hines, they follow the same due process for any complaint that will be investigated in the appropriate way.
So there was no adverse outcome on rollers? So they weren't fined, they weren't given an order?
Madam Mayor, just to supplement the question, and councillors, this is quite coincidental. As you may be aware, from time to time, I plug into the customer service phones to get a first-hand understanding of customer inquiries as part of our continuous improvement process. I most recently did that 2 weeks ago. The very first call that I was plugged into, which of course the customer wasn't aware that I was the second person listening in on the call, was from a gentleman who said he's a courier driver. He delivers to Manly every day. He delivers to Rialto Lane. However, over the last several months, he's been unable to do that given the extent of pedestrian, vehicle and foot traffic in and around the location of the cafe. The customer service officer, of course, apologised for that inconvenience and undertook to schedule council's rangers to do more regular patrols. I'm not familiar with what happened after that. It is only a single point of reference, and of course it was entirely coincidental based on I just happened to be on that call. I understand that that is not the first time that particular courier driver, and I know nothing of him, has made that complaint, but the congestion in there was worthy of him phoning on that particular morning.
So just further to my original comment or concern, there's been no verification whether that complaint had validity.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can only say that having listened in on that call, there was nothing that I heard that would give me any doubt about the validity of that. The complaint wasn't about the cafe. The complaint was about the courier not being able to access that laneway for the purpose which he understood it was intended as a consequence of non-delivery vehicles in that immediate vicinity.
And was any evidence provided to support the allegation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, that was his oral testimony.
So no photographs, video, independent evidence?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The evidence that council officers have is held in the council report that corroborates that claim.
What council report? Because I thought that the date and the time and the actual specificity of the event couldn't be provided.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm referring to the photos held in attachment 2 to item 13.1.
And so therefore, wouldn't it have been appropriate to tell us what action was taken? Because I think you said that the customer service officer had said ranges would go down. So ranges went down or not?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the customer service officer then referred the matter to council's ranges to go down. Of course, I didn't personally follow up whether they went down. I have no reason to believe they wouldn't do that if tasked to do so.
And the rollers were never obviously informed of this because they too have said that they have not been notified of any complaints. So therefore I can only assume, if this is correct, that the rangers did not feel there was anything to warrant compliance action.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I don't draw that conclusion.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I don't draw that conclusion.
So therefore, where is the evidence of any compliance action?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, we can provide details of rangers' attendance at that site in due course.
I'm not worried about the attendance. I'm worried about whether action was actually taken.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's the evidence I have for you.
So there's no evidence of action being taken. Thank you. Just in relation to Mr Sideros's comments and observations in his speech, is it correct that Rialto Lane is in the place plan for laneways?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, Rialto Lane is referenced in the Manly Place Plan. It's on page 98 through to 101, and it describes what Rialto Lane is intended for. It does state that changes to the eastern part of Rialto Lane will be limited due to loading zones and egress of parking areas.
And is it correct that a thoroughfare from the Corso through to Rialto Lane within a new Fortis development is metres away from rollers and also allowed for a hospitality venue to be at the back onto Rialto Lane?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I'm unaware of that DA detail.
Can we check that with our development manager or whoever might be able to assist?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we can provide that detail. It's a public document, the place plan.
Thank you. And not just the place plan, but the actual DA consent. So a DA consent has allegedly been provided to a development and it has a cafe and is backing onto Rialto Lane.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just Councillor, you're referring to rollers itself?
No. So, as Mr Sideros said, and he's written to us as well, saying approval has been given for a thoroughfare from the Corso through to Rialto Lane with a new Fortis development. So I think that's the name of the building or the company. And this has also allowed for a hospitality venue to be at the back onto Rialto Lane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have anything in front of me that would refute that. Councillors, it's not staff's opinion that the laneway can't be accessed by pedestrians. It is staff's evidence that the seating of customers in that location is unsafe.
Just back on the questioning of Councillor Harvey and Glanville, in relation to the bollards damaged, are we able to get any dates of when they were actually damaged and whether they were the two near rollers and whether that was during the trial period.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we can go back through our records and pull out the dates that the bollards have been either replaced or tightened and provide that. I will say that there was one fully replaced 2 weeks ago, right in front of rollers. I went and found that out myself when I went down.
And was that due to a collision?
We have no evidence as to what caused it, but it was no longer in the ground.
Okay, so it could have been vandalism, etc.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we have no evidence about what caused this.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for me.
Excellent. Next person, Councillor Hackman, with questions.
Sorry, in the interest of time, I just want to ask really quickly. The speed, I understand it's 30 kilometres an hour at the moment. Was there ever a proposal, or did anything go to the Traffic Committee or Transport for New South Wales to slow down that speed or to put speed humps in to minimise the risk? Obviously, we know a lot of the data about slower collisions make pedestrians safer. Was that ever tabled?
Through you, Mayor Hines, in terms of the speed, for reference, the speed in the laneway is 30 kilometres an hour. Most of the vehicular traffic in there is basically at walking pace due to the natural constriction of the space. That wasn't part of the assessment that was made by staff. That the staff made the assessment based on the outdoor dining guidelines and the safety aspects with regards to that.
So we didn't look at that. And speed humps, I assume that wasn't looked at either. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if we can now move into any councillors wanting to speak.
Yes,
Okay, Councillor, here we go. Yeah, yes, you're the original mover, so you get a right of reply.
No, it's not a right of reply. We haven't entered into debate, so I'll be
Okay,
introducing...
all right, sorry, we were just doing questions. Yes, the mover to speak.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I formally move this rescission motion as I do think Council has a lot to answer for. It is our role to support what the community wants and to support small business. From the questioning both at the last council meeting and this evening, no evidence, substantive or otherwise, has been presented that during the trial there were any safety issues. Indeed, at the last council meeting, I specifically questioned council staff who revealed, 1, no notification had been given to the affected business of the proposal to end the trial or end their livelihood in this manner. 2, there had been no complaints whatsoever during the trial period. 3, no community consultation with either businesses or the community or the Chamber of Commerce had occurred. That concerns me. Tonight we have heard from Mr. Sideris and the positive impact he has had. We've heard him quote you, Mayor Hines, that it is essential for proper place planning to have laneways like this. They're all over Sydney now. They're all over Melbourne. And they're all over internationally.
All over Manly.
And why not? Exactly, Councillor Bingham, all over Manly. So why are we trying now to commence war, like one of the speakers, Mr. Doug Rennie, said? Why is this council, when there is no evidence to support any safety issues, and that was confirmed by council staff at the last council meeting that there's not been one accident, there has not been one incident, why then has this council commenced war on small business? We've seen it with the food trucks and how they've been treated. Again, is there any wonder that this community is losing trust and confidence in this council when, based on no substantive evidence, but to the contrary, on the record, testimony from council staff at the last council meeting, and yet it is proposed that despite this business doing everything right, despite there being no accidents, despite there being no evidence of these bollards, of the 2 bollards being damaged because of anything to do with rollers, that it should be stopped. You are taking away people's livelihoods. You are taking away people's employment. And I think you need to consider that very seriously.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey, you're next in the list.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'll just start by saying that I believe our primary consideration in this situation is to ensure the safety of the community. More than 30 years since I moved to Manly, and when I first moved there were plenty of cafes in alleyways around the area, and many, many more have opened up since then, and the area around Manly Library and off the laneways there are full of cafes, and where there is no conflict between traffic and the seating for patrons. I recently visited the site because I actually wanted to see what was there. It's adjacent to the service lane, and there were trucks moving around. I saw there were 3 bollards in front of the cafe, and I could see quite clearly that they'd been scraped, and I would suggest by vehicles. I mean, somebody could have gone and tried to replicate that, but I don't believe that that's what had happened. And as we've heard from staff, I understand others have had to be replaced. I also note that we've had emails talking about the risk to local businesses, and Councillor De Luca is clearly concerned about that, which I think most councillors will be. However, this isn't a small business. The business owner, Mr. Sedaris, has multiple businesses. And the other point that I would make is that this cafe actually already has an open air eating area. And the day I visited, it was absolutely full. So the space outside has perhaps 4 tables, I think, or there might have been 2 tables the day I was there, and there were a couple of long sort of trestle type seats. So I don't think removing those seats and tables is going to make a significant difference. The council staff, who are experts in this, have indicated that this doesn't meet safety requirements. But the other issue is that it actually makes the job of the delivery drivers more difficult. And so these are people who are going to have to be looking out for not only the pedestrians who are all floating around there, but also people sitting at tables with the cafe. And finally, I'd like to make the point that in Pittwater, I know of at least 2 cafes where the council has forced them to move their tables because they were either too close to the road or blocking pedestrian access. And so I just feel that we need to be consistent about how we apply the rules. And in this situation, we just need to make sure that the community is safe. I do not want to see a child run over by a truck or even a dog.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to jump over you, Councillor Beaujard. Councillor Glanville, knowing that where you are obviously with young William, would you like to jump in now? Just really concerned.
I'm happy for you to continue following the meeting order. I'm not here under duress.
Okay. All right, as long as everything's okay. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I had to do a bunch of research to fill myself in on the history of this one, and I found a notice of motion from March 2024 from former councillors Ryburn and Page, asking council to come back with a report on how to activate Rialto Lane. The response came back, and the response was, don't activate Rialto Lane for outdoor dining. It won't be safe. On the floor of the chamber that day, the trial was created by amendment, which is possibly why we don't have any decent KPIs around the trial, something I banged on about various trials we've done. Staff said today, unequivocally, that outdoor dining at that location was not safe. Now, as a director of a company, which I am outside of council, I'm required to do my due diligence. My due diligence is not necessarily listening to Mayor Hines talk about activating laneways. It would be simply to do a Google search and find the outdoor dining policy, which says very simply that dining areas must maintain a minimum 2-metre clear pedestrian path. That would mean Rollers was ineligible for outdoor dining, except we had a trial created on the floor of the chamber. Well, that trial happened. It happened for 9 months. Staff have come back and told us, again, unequivocally, that it's not safe to continue outdoor dining at that location. So I can't support this rescission motion because as government, we're there to support business. True, but we're also there as regulators. That's why we do food safety standards. That's why we look after companion animals. That's why we do road management. And that's why we do the outdoor dining policy to make sure our residents, when they're sitting outside a cafe, know that they'll be safe because experts have looked at it. The experts have told us tonight that it's not safe to continue that. And I feel awfully for the business. It's a shame. It really is, but we can't have our residents being unsafe or at risk purely to allow businesses to thrive. We need to regulate as well as grow business across the Northern Beaches.
Okay, now, Councillor Glanville, now's your turn.
Thanks. Look, there's a few moving pieces with this one. My personal impression is that I think that activation of little laneways like this is a really great thing. Sometimes the kind of charm and character of laneways and neighbourhoods is things that are a little bit quirky or unusual or unexpected. And my personal impression is that is part of kind of what makes the laneway appealing to customers of Rollers, is that it feels like it's something kind of hidden down a laneway. And so in that sense, I'm in principle supportive of the outdoor dining. That's not to say that there isn't some issues to work through. I think that there's unfortunately, I think, been a little bit of conflation of some of the safety issues because when I read the emails and listen to concerns raised, actually a lot of them have much more to do with the queuing behaviour of customers rather than anything specifically relating to the tables and chairs themselves. And so in that sense, I do think it would be good to see if there was a way forward in terms of allowing some tables and chairs, but improving how the customer management of queuing of customers there. Unfortunately, I don't think we have great data about bollards issue. It's become a bit of a hot topic in the discussion. But I do think it is relevant. When were the bollards damaged? Because if they're being damaged by delivery trucks at 4 a.m. when there's no customers around, I do think that that has a different risk profile than if these collisions are happening in broad daylight when there are customers around. And we haven't had that kind of quality of information. So I'd like to see us try and see whether a middle ground is possible on this issue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm all for outdoor dining. In fact, we allow outdoor dining in all sorts of grungy, funky laneways in Manly. We've closed streets and we've created plazas to accommodate them. But Rialto Lane is not such an area. Rialto Square, different story, but Rialto Lane is a serviced lane and it provides the only access for numerous shops on the Corso and South Stain for deliveries. and for Coles Supermarket and some 190 apartments. It's also busy with trucks. It's always busy with trucks and delivery trucks and cars, and more recently construction is happening in that lane where we're having concrete mixer trucks as well. This is what it was intended for. It's a service lane. This section of Rialto Lane is no place for outdoor dining. It's dangerous. It is all very well for the owners who before this time did not even have permission to operate outdoor dining, even though they did, on the roadway, on the pathway, to say that there hasn't been an accident and therefore it's okay. If this council is expected to wait for an accident before declaring this area not suitable, I don't think so. It's basically an accident waiting to happen. Patrons are seated along benches, pinned up against the wall, blocking the limited pedestrian access, with delivery trucks and vans trying to squeeze through this already tight space. It was never intended to be an outdoor dining area, and this trial has once and for all proven this so. Rollers already has a safe, delightful indoor area. I will not be supporting this rescission motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. I appreciate the complexity and that Councillor Bourjard has alluded to, and I think we can all agree that bad policy begets bad policy, and I think this is a very strong case of why we don't go against staff safety recommendations and why we don't just make up policy and invent trials on the floor, particularly with no ways to be evaluated, because it puts everyone in this horrible position and forces staff to try and give us some reasoning where there is no reason. That being said, there is a lot of attention given to Rialto Lane in the Manly Place plan, and some of it supports both sides of this debate. There's talks about the need to improve and prioritise pedestrian safety and amenity to build on the unique characteristics of the laneways. But there's also literally the words, the enormous functional requirements and pressures of balancing the people, cars, loading docks, servicing and waste collection in this area. There's, Manly Place plan, it's quite sensible, but there's some more dreamy aspects as well. They do note that there will be difficulty in changing the eastern part of Rialto Lane, but that's quite inspecific because there's sort of the lane and then the lane. And they talk about the need that there may be a possibility to explore new options for waste management to free up the backs of buildings, providing activation or visual treatment opportunities. There's even the talks of potential light installations to demarc where the lane should go. So I think overall this really highlights a tension in council when we're trying to be more creative in our placemaking of how we're actually going to manage the utility of these spaces, and are we going to prioritise cars, essentially, and servicing businesses, or are we going to make this a pedestrian area? I am willing to support Councillor De Luca's rescission motion, but I do have an amendment which speaks to the need for a report on potential safety measures to come back. I'm aware that one has already been undertaken, but one that more specifically probably looks at a strategy for balancing all these things, because it's in the Manly Place plan, but it's obviously something that needs to sort of come to the forefront, because regardless of outdoor dining, as Councillor Glanville spoke to, there are people queuing here, there's constantly pedestrians moving here, and regardless of outdoor seating, there's a clear need to address safety here. So I support continuing outdoor dining, and I recommend my amendment, if this does get through, that we have a better look at the safety and balancing of these groups, as well as noting the willingness of Rollers Management to cooperate with us. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So actually, no, both sides have got lights on. So is this questions or we're moving into debate? Okay, just making sure.
Procedural motion, have we had 2 for and 2 against?
Yep. It's very quickly they had their lights on, but yes.
My question is, Madam Mayor, just quickly one.
Well, it's actually, yes, Councillor Mandeep Singh actually had his light on before Councillor Giltner did.
That's fine, yeah. Just a quick question. Everybody talking about the safety, bollard, this and that. I've been working in this industry a very long time. Nobody signed the petitions, 3,000 plus signatures without unsafe. So how he come be signed 3,000 petition if his cafe is unsafe for outdoor seating? Anybody had an answer for that?
I don't know, if someone gets hit, does that mean then it's unsafe? I mean, it just feels like a rhetorical question.
No, I totally agree with you, but nobody had, there's no record for safety incident during this trial. Community support is very strong. I have visited to the cafe 7 a.m. till 12 p.m. Busy time period. I totally understand safety concern. I totally understand. We no need to go circle around bollard, trucks and delivery. I was there for 5 hours, Madam Mayor. I understand there's trucks coming, deliveries going in. Cafe have provided public liability insurance. If somebody hit, that's under comes the cafe responsibility. I understand council responsibility. When we look at the development application, we can go through there. But he have 1,900 customer daily basis, Monday to Sunday. Some of them comes twice a weekly, some of them come casually. So that means he got 3,000 petitions being signed. That means the customers are being aware where to sit, how to deliver, how to walk, or how to do it. So we totally understand, I'm totally understand with safety concern, with people can hit, or anybody can hit. It can be happen, one accident can ruin everything, yeah. But my question, to be just my mind clearful, how come he have that many petitions signed? I asked for one petition to sign, I hardly got 100 signature, excuse me, but he got 3,000, which is very good numbers. So nobody gonna sign without looking at, as a being a customer, if cafe is unsafe to be sit down for my child, I wouldn't be signing that petition. So that's my question, why somebody signed that petition if it's, or they can see the cafe has been safe, or we can deliver that responsibility towards to Rollo Bakehouse. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Giltner.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just, so like we had a 9-month trial, there was nothing come untoward that was trouble. We've all been inundated with calls of everyone that wants it to remain as it is. And the only thing that worries me about it is that a lot of these people, if it's cancelled, there's a lot of people who are going to have a lot less in their pay packets at the end of the week. So it's going to cost a lot of jobs.
No, everybody, sorry to interrupt you, but everybody has a number of emails. We know that. If the community does not support, we wouldn't be receiving that emails.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams?
Procedural motion that...
Councillor Williams?
Procedural motion that
What's your procedural motion?
we vote on this.
Okay.
Let the motion be...
Okay, 2 for and 2 against.
Sorry, Mayor, can I just ask for clarification? So at this point, are we voting for the amendment? No.
Yeah, we're voting on the motion.
On the rescission motion.
On the rescission motion to be
Okay.
put. And the seconder was Councillor Hackman, I think. Did you call out? No? Sorry, Councillor Hearn-Jack. Okay. All those in favour of the motion being put? Councillor Robins, unanimous. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. In exercising my right of reply, I think one of the most relevant things that has been said is by Councillor Gilton and Councillor Singh, in that people are going to lose their jobs. Councillor Causey made an erroneous statement that because this businessman has other businesses, it won't affect him. That is an erroneous claim. I wrote it down. As Councillor Singh said, there were 3,500 petitioners saying keep this open. Furthermore, we have been inundated with calls and also emails all saying there has been no safety risk, please keep it open and going. I harp back on, we have had no evidence of any safety issue whatsoever. There are more significant safety issues and risks in this council area that our council has ignored. One only has to look at the sad events at Longreef and see that motions were voted down to stop the sale of cars there. Motions were voted down, or requests were not acceded to have fencing around that area, and yet we saw a death there. We continue to receive information in the Strand on just how dangerous that is, and yet council initiated that itself. And on Whinges of Manly and other local Facebook pages, we see cars going up the wrong way there and nearly colliding with pedestrians. But no, council doesn't have anything to say about that. We also saw the risks at the DY boat shed. And again, it was investigated and rangers actually found that there was wrongdoing, and yet this council didn't do anything. I wonder why. So it does concern me that this business is being singled out when it has performed perfectly during this trial. And I reiterate, there's been no safety issues, no complaints during the trial. There's no evidence from staff to say whether one bollard was knocked over by a vehicle or whether it was vandalised. Again, this does not make sense. I ask all councillors to consider the position of these poor people who will lose their jobs, and also the wishes of the community that this stay as is.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Bingham.
So what are we voting on? We're voting on the rescission motion, aren't we?
Yes.
I'm not in favour of the rescission motion.
Okay, you're voting for the rescission motion.
Okay. No, I'm not voting for the rescission motion.
Okay.
I won't vote
So
for the
can we try again? Call a division. All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Glanville. Those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Beaujard and myself. Declare that lost.
Sorry, could that just go back up again? Because I didn't get the... so Beaujard, Bingham...
Okay, so can we move that up?
Dillon,
Thank you. It's all going to be on the screen when we eventually finish.
Causey and Hines.
Thank you. Councillor DeLuca, 9.1.
That's the investment portfolio, yes?
Yes, do you have any questions? Are you moving
Yes,
as
what
is?
page was that on? Sorry.
Yep, page
What
23.
23. Thank you. So I've noticed that the trading account has increased, and obviously that's as a result of a term deposit coming off. Is that correct?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yeah, so the trading accounts is when the term deposits expire or unexpected income might arrive into the account on the last day of the month.
Okay, so it was a term deposit, not the not any unexpected income.
I'd have to check specifically what happened on that day
Okay.
for that to be different compared to 30 June.
Okay, so do you mind just taking that on notice
can do
and
that.
coming back to me? Thank you.
I'm happy to second the motion, Mayor, and we can...
Okay, Councillor Grattan, happy to second. Okay, any other questions? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried.
Madam Mayor, procedural motion just to jump to the 9.3 Manly Jazz, considering it's on this weekend. Oh, sorry, thanks.
Okay, and item 9.2. Councillor De Luca, do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay, moved by Councillor Robins. Yep, and seconded by Councillor Grattan. Okay. Questions, Councillor De Luca?
Has council ever held this event on the Northern Beaches previously, and what was the staff time and also the costs pecuniarily to hold it?
Through you, Chair. No, I do not believe we have.
And is there any greater specificity as to how much this will cost ratepayers to hold it, if anything, or is it fully funded by the Australian Local Government Women's Association?
Through you, Chair, what staff have proposed in this report is no new costing outside of the budget, with an in-kind arrangement relating to existing staff supporting that within the events budget.
So what's the existing budget again, sorry?
The events team budget, so suitably skilled staff can provide some in-kind support or guidance around the location and visitor tourist information, etc.
And that's the limited, there'll be no active involvement, they won't be there organising lunches, dinners, trips on the water, a ferry.
Through you, Chair, there's
yoga.
Through you, Chair, there's no intention to engage any contracts or expend any money on Council's behalf. ALGA will have those necessary contracts in place with partners. We will provide advice and staff support.
Okay. And will councillors be expected not to stay at hotels if they're attending this event? They just stay at home?
Through you, Chair, yes.
Thank you. And no ferry rides?
Councillor Robins, you got any questions? No questions. Okay. Anyone else got any questions of the
I had
staff?
a quick question.
Councillor
Do we have an
Grattan?
estimate of the economic value generated by hosting a conference of this size and scale on to support the local businesses, particularly in Manly?
Through you, Chair, we don't have that as a calculated estimate at this point in time. We are looking at what the ALGA is considering in their agenda and their proposal, and for their members to be in the locality for longer than the conference potential. And we're also going to reach out to other councils who've provided in-kind support to these conferences to understand if they've been able to measure the economic boost or uplift.
I know we do the ProMap spend data, so that might be something that we can measure and assess and perhaps even look back at when we held the tourism conference and to understand that positive impact at that time. Because it's not in a high spending period, it's during what the dates of this event?
Through you, Chair, it's proposed for August at the end of the winter season.
So that might be a lovely boost for the local businesses coming out of winter. Thank you.
Okay, all right, with that, can put that to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Councillor Glanville, are you a yes or a no? She's a somewhere.
Sorry, it's a no.
It's a no? Okay, so one person no. Declare that carried. Thank you. Okay.
In relation to the next item, I think we do need to put that to confidential session because I've done some searches that are very revealing.
Okay, thank you. Number 11.1. Councillor Causey, are you moving as is or do you have any questions? Otherwise, I can get someone to move and second it. It's the one on
I did have
Seaforth
questions, but I think given the time tonight, I'll just leave it. And if there are Manly councillors who are concerned about it, I'll leave it to them to ask.
Okay, so with the two Manly councillors, do you have any concerns?
No, this is absolutely fantastic. We've been waiting for this for a long time. I think it's brilliant. Let's just put the motion and get on with it.
Wonderful, there's a quick answer. All right, all those in favour? Declare that unanimous and carried. Thank you. Sorry for the long walk up here, Mr. Smith.
Just that we've skipped over 10.1 because it's confidential. Could you just move a quick procedural motion that will deal with 10.1 confidential?
Okay, so just going back to what you mentioned before, Councillor De Luca, about 10.1, just going to move a procedural motion that part of the, yes, that 10.1 will be dealt with in confidential with the others. Okay. Moved by, seconded by Councillor Robins. There we go. Right. Okay, so next one is 11.2. Yep. Councillor Causey, are you moving as is or do you have a question?
I'd like to move that it be, that we do it in seriatim.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Hernjack? All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Glanville and Councillor Causey. Those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor De Luca. Councillor Singh, I'm getting lost, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Beaujard.
It's for in seriatim.
It's for in seriatim. Are you for or against that? Okay. All right. Declare that lost. Okay. Questions of the staff?
Is Councillor Causey actually moving it in its entirety?
Yes, I'm moving it in its entirety, and but I'll be voting against it.
Okay. Yeah, it can be done. I've seen it before. Okay, so does anyone have questions of the staff, or can we just move on? Would the mover like to speak?
Yes, I would have been very happy to have voted to suspend the operation of the alcohol prohibited area in Manly for the council Christmas Carol concert. However, I'm not prepared to vote for the 24-hour alcohol prohibited areas for New Year's Eve and 26th of January. Yeah, I wish that we could have done it in seriatim. I think we have quite enough, and we've discussed this many of times. The police have plenty of powers to move people on if they're drunk or causing problems. So this will target young people and prevent adults and families who might just want to have a quiet glass of wine or something down at the fireworks from doing so. So, yeah, I'll be voting against.
Okay. All right, can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Bourgeard and myself. Those against, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Causey, Councillor Glanville. Declare that lost or carried, sorry. Okay, mover of this, the person who pulled it out, Councillor Robins. I've got Councillor Causey. Sorry, yep. It's the land dealings policy and Councillor Robins. No? Okay, Councillor Causey.
Yes, so I'm going to move this, but I've sent an amendment to go with it to council staff.
Was this circulated beforehand or because I didn't receive it?
No, you probably wouldn't have.
So you didn't circulate it to any other councillors?
I did circulate it to other councillors.
So you circulated it to other councillors but not all councillors?
So this item, so your amendment to this is defer this item until the upcoming property workshop. Yes. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Glanville. Okay. Any questions of the staff? Councillor Bourgeard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff, what will be the impact of deferring this until after the upcoming property workshop?
Through you, Mayor Hines, it will just mean that the existing policies remain in force until the council workshop has been held.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Does it affect a matter that is to be dealt with in confidential session? Not the one that I called, but the other one?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no.
So what would be the reasons for deferring this? Is there anything compelling?
Councillor Causey, would you like to expand on your reasoning?
Yes. Is that on? Yep. So I do welcome the policy's commitment to transparency in land dealings. However, I feel that there isn't sufficient detail about how the transparency will be achieved. I think it's all very well detail being included in guidelines, but the guidelines are for staff purposes and not visible to the community, and they can be changed without councillor input. I'm also concerned about a number of other issues. For example, public submissions raise issues such as the possibility for public feedback, on proposed sales and calls for a high-level overview of key steps and decision-making criteria in the policy. The lack of guidance for weighing up the different considerations for and against selling a property, such as current land use, land value, environmental value or other heritage considerations, is also a problem for me. I do note also this is a significantly shorter policy than those dealing with land dealings from Pittwater Council, and I'm reluctant to abandon that one without being convinced this new policy is better. I finally note that we have properties worth millions and millions of dollars, and so I think this is a really serious issue, how we deal with them. And I simply do not feel comfortable with the policy in the format it's in. And just finally, councils have a property workshop coming up, and I think it would be valuable to discuss these issues at the workshop.
Okay, thank you. I did see a hand go up on the screen. Which one was it? Sorry, Councillor Bourgeard, or was it Councillor Glanville?
It was me. I just wanted to clarify procedurally, are we in questions or debate right now?
I think we've moved into questions only because Councillor De Luca, I think, was trying to get a bit of clarification as to what was the reasoning behind deferring it. Now you're nodding no, but that's what I heard. Okay. Okay, all right. Well, if that's the case, Councillor Causier, would you like to, would anybody else, like to speak? No, we're all ready to vote. Would the mover like to?
Sorry, I did have my
Councillor
hand up.
Glanville. All right.
Thank you. My number one concern with how this policy is framed right now is that I don't think that we are embedding the principle of public participation in how we make decisions in this area. I'd like to see us look at that. I think that we can all think of proposed land dealings where there has been insufficient community input, and we received, hundreds of emails afterwards when the community's caught wind of those proposed land dealings that haven't had any sort of public participation. I don't think it's helpful for us to be wordsmithing on the floor, so I think it's something I'd like us to pick up at the property workshop to discuss further.
Okay. As the original mover, Councillor Causier, do you have anything to add? No? Okay, let's put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causier, Councillor Bourgeard, Councillor Glanville and myself. Those against are Councillor Giltinan, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Singh. Declare that carried. Uh, 13.2, Councillor De Luca, were you moving it as is? You're not? All right, Councillor Hernjack and Councillor Robins.
I've just got a question.
Okay.
So in relation to the operational land classification, that means obviously it can be sold. Was there a process originally for this respective land to go from community to operational? And if so, on what date?
Through you, Mayor Hines, this land is coming into council's ownership, so it's never been community land.
And so with the operational land classification, it can be sold at any time?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the portion of land that this is the subject of has a portion of the Church Point car park on it and roadway, so it's reclaimed waterway, and the adjacent parcel of land is actually road, and so the operational land made sense rather than putting it in a plan of management for a tiny slither of a car park.
What's the car park classified as?
The car park doesn't have a classification because it's majority on road.
Okay. Several years ago, I think under Warringah Council, we looked at every car park and some were classified community, others were classified operational. How come they too aren't just then classified under roads like you've just indicated this one is?
Not all car parks are actually built on roads. They are actually on parcels of land that do require a form of classification if they're owned by local government.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, if no one else has any questions, Councillor Hernjack, as the mover, do you have anything?
I'll reserve my right.
Okay, right, if no one else has anything to add, can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimous. Notices of motion. 14.1, Councillor De Luca. This is Councillor Glanville's
I just
motion.
wanted to call it so it could be debated and properly considered.
Okay. So moved by Councillor Glanville and seconded by Councillor Hernjack. Anyone got any questions? Councillor De Luca.
I note that there was a New South Wales parliamentary inquiry into short-term rental accommodation. Could council staff please advise on what date that was?
So what do you want me to do? Does anyone...
So you're going through this, he's asking a question. Right. And find out afterwards if there's any other questions.
Through you, Madam Mayor. New South Wales Government has a long-standing inquiry in relation to short-term rental accommodation. I need to take that on notice as to when the inquiry commenced.
And from recollection, I think council did make a submission to it, but you can take that on notice too.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. So, with the intention of this motion that you're writing to the member for Manly, the member for Wakehurst, Pittwater and Davidson, requesting that they advocate to the Minister for Housing to develop the TRA review, was that not already a standing recommendation of the parliamentary inquiry? And that's why I think we need to know where that parliamentary inquiry is actually up to, perhaps, before we can vote on this, because otherwise it's just, I think, restating the obvious, or maybe even a waste of resources when council's made a submission previously.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, Councillor, would you mind just repeating the question?
So in clause 2, it states, write to the members for Manly, Wakehurst, Pittwater and Davidson requesting that they advocate to the Minister for Housing to deliver the STRA review and to give council tools, councils I should say, tools to better manage the impacts of STRA platforms on the availability of long-term rental housing. I thought that, from memory, was already in process and the government has either made a response to it or is yet to respond to it?
Through you, Madam Mayor. It's my recollection that's part of the inquiry that's subject to this matter that's under investigation.
So if it's still under investigation, I remember that my motion regarding the e-bikes inquiry was deferred by the Greens because they wanted to see the outcome of that actual inquiry. So perhaps this motion should be deferred until we can secure whether there has been an appropriate outcome of that inquiry and then make representations on any further recommendations. Is there any indication of when the inquiry or whether any recommendations will come forward?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, without wanting to be quarrelsome at this time of night, the premise of the question was based on a political decision in the past. I think if it's just a question about whether there is any utility in making a submission now, it is one where we can ensure that our local members are well aware of Council's position. Whether that further advances Council's proposition as contained in the motion or not, obviously we can't tell. That will be something that, upon adopting this motion, councillors would hope to be the case.
Have you finished your questions, Councillor DeLuca? Councillor Glanville, question.
Sorry, I'm probably speaking out of turn, but I did want to clarify the premise of the motion and the current status of the review is that it has not been finalised, and Local Government New South Wales has been doing some advocacy about trying to push the state government to actually finalise that review because it's been outstanding for so long, and the purpose of the motion is to join that advocacy and ask our local MPs to join that advocacy for this to finally get some further progress and traction.
Okay, any other questions from councillors? No, Councillor Glanville, would you like to speak?
I think I've said a lot already about the purpose of this motion. Short-term rental accommodation provides some benefits to the tourism economy, but it also has a downside that property investors may choose to purchase properties to put onto that market rather than making them available on the general housing market. And from the UNSW research I linked, that is a contributing factor to the lack of, housing affordability in parts of the Northern Beaches. The state government has a review underway of the rules concerning STRAs, and that process has been going on and for a while without really properly coming to a decision about what tools councils can and should have in better regulating this area. And Local Government New South Wales has done advocacy, calling upon the state government to hot-foot it a bit more. And so the purpose of this motion is to join Local Government New South Wales' voice on this issue and to call upon our local state MPs to apply what pressure they can to get that review towards finalisation so that we can get on with better regulating this area.
Thank you. Councillor Hernjack, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, I want to thank staff and Councillor Glanville for working on this. I think it's a solid piece of advocacy that we should be supporting. And of course, as is mentioned in the background, the President of LGNSW, Phyllis Miller, included in their letter to all councils that they should endeavour to make sure that the government is pushed on this review. Just briefly on what Councillor DeLuca said regarding the deferral of his e-bike amendment, I would point out that the difference I see with the two calls for advocacy is that one of them was demanding registration, insurance and a variety of other things from the state government while a review was actively being considered. But in this case, we've got a review that has been stalled and we're seeing no action from the state government, and we're asking very sensibly and politely if they could just get a move on with it. So I think you can't really equate the two of them, but I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Actually, my motion was dealt with after the recommendations came out.
Can I, any other councillors to speak? If not, rather reply, Councillor Granville? Councillor Hernjack? We'll put this item to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Hines and myself. Those, I beg your pardon, Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Granville. Those against? Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Giltinan and Councillor Singh.
Done so ably, thank you. 14.2, which was Councillor Dillon. Your notice of motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I speak to it, don't I?
Questions first. Seconded by Councillor Williams. Questions first. Anyone got any questions? Councillor DeLuca, I think you pulled this out. Did you have a question?
For debate.
Only for debate? Okay. Councillor Dillon as the mover.
Madam Mayor and colleagues, I bring this motion forward because our current planning and appeals framework is undermining both the integrity of the development assessment process and the confidence of our community. Right now, an applicant can take a Class 1 development appeal to the New South Wales Land and Environment Court just 40 days after lodging their development application. That's barely enough time for council staff to complete a thorough assessment, let alone having meaningful dialogue with the applicant to resolve issues. This short time frame creates three major problems. First, it forces our planners into a corner, juggling court proceedings alongside normal assessment work, which delays other applications and puts extra strain on resources. Second, it encourages the use of the court as a parallel pathway rather than a last resort, even though the Minister's own target is 105 days for councils to determine applications. And third, every time councillors pulled into unnecessary court proceedings, legal fees and expert costs mount up. That's money that could and should be going into services for our community, not fighting appeals that would have been resolved earlier through genuine engagement. We also need to acknowledge the community's growing frustration. Too often, residents feel their voices are excluded from merit appeal processes, especially when they're shut out of the without prejudice conciliation conferences, and this erodes trust in the system. Our motion seeks three sensible reforms. 1, reduce the number of deemed refusal appeals by extending the timeframe and scope for these appeals. 2, require applicants to meet in good faith with the consent authority before heading to court. And 3, strengthen opportunities for public participation in Class 1 appeals. These changes aren't about blocking development. They're about fairness, efficiency and cost effectiveness. They'll give councils, applicants and communities the time and space to work together, resolve issues earlier and avoiding litigation. I urge you to support this motion so we can take a united position to the Local Government New South Wales Conference and push for reforms that protect both the integrity of our planning system and the finances of our community. I'd like to thank staff for their input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. All right, any questions of the staff from anybody? Councillor Causey.
Through you, Mayor, I'm just wondering, how long does it take on average for DAs to be processed by this council?
Through to Mr. McDonald. Okay, so just hold on. Great, you should be able to turn it on now.
Through you, Madam Mayor, in the last financial year, council's average assessment timeframe was 86 days.
Sorry, was it 86?
That's correct.
86 days. And again, through you, Mayor, one quick question. Does it take longer, and if so, about how much, for a complex or multi-million-dollar development to be assessed or to be processed?
I think as a matter of general course, the more complex the application, the more likelihood it requires more detailed referral from technical teams within council and potentially other agencies. So by its nature, yes, that would be correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Are we
all
in
right.
debate or-
If anybody has anything to ask or add, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. I speak against this motion because it is against the interests of mums and dads who rely upon this provision of the legislation to ensure fairness and equity. Currently, it costs so much to build. Most people who lodge a DA are either renting another premises or are facing interest rates going up and up and up, or they're facing building costs going up and up and up. Therefore, to remove their rights to appeal directly to the court after 40 days, which has been in place for many, many years, just adds further red tape. Having conciliation conferences will not reduce costs. In fact, it could increase costs. If you wanted to be efficient on such a matter, you would introduce party costs, actually abolish those in the Land and Environment Court, so that people who are successful on appeal actually get their money back when they win. But that's not the case in the Land and Environment Court. As I said, this concerns me because it just puts up further barriers to also building housing. We are in a housing shortage crisis, and the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition and the Federal Prime Minister, well, the Federal Leader of the Labor Party and the Prime Minister and the Opposition have all said the same thing, that councils are responsible for the backlog in actually delivering housing for the community. And now this council wishes to further impede any progress and the ability and the rights of an applicant, usually, as this says, on Class 1 residential developments. That is not fair to the mums and dads, or the dads and dads and the mums and mums, or whoever, the small applicants. And I do think this is poorly made out and should not go forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Causey.
Yes, well, I'm also thinking of the mums and dads. And Councillor Dillon and I hear from a lot of them, and across Pit Border particularly, and from the community associations, and they are extremely upset about the fact that they get very little say in the development process. Councillors, like us, are also frustrated with the current DA process, which has basically taken the decision-making out of the hands of councils over the last 9 years. The New South Wales Government's objective was to remove the potential for corruption from the process. However, I believe that could have been achieved in other ways. Instead, the result has been to remove councillors who are closest to residents from the decision-making process and to minimise community input. So this is a very broad issue, and this motion is attempting to make inroads on improving it. As long-time Northern Beaches resident and Palm Beach and Whale Beach Association member Gordon Lang told the last council meeting, once a DA is submitted, the applicant has 40 days after which they can apply to the court with a deemed refusal. Given the average period for a Sydney council to process a DA is 105 days, and even for Northern Beaches, as we've just heard, it's 86 days, this short period of 40 days prevents proper consideration by the community and council staff, especially for a complex multi-million-dollar DA. Additionally, in some cases, I fear it might also place undue pressure on staff to process the application as quickly as possible, introducing the possibility of mistakes or oversights. Residents and resident associations who are most affected by the outcome of DAs also have no avenue of appeal to the court, which I think is a very significant issue, even if they oppose a line of argument or offer made by staff at conciliation. Another issue is the cost to council and therefore residents of running court cases.
Can I just raise a point of order there?
Councillor De Luca, what's your point of order?
I just think Councillor Causey is misled. There are provisions for third parties to commence proceedings against a development consent in the Land and Environment Court.
Up to you, but I'll just...
Okay,
I don't believe
I'll uphold because you think there might be, and maybe there is. So,
Sorry, can you refer to where that is in the Code of Meeting Practice?
And we will clarify this. So,
No, I'm just asking about the Code of Meeting Practice. What's the point of order for misleading?
okay.
Thank you. It could constitute an act of disorder by bringing council into disrepute by misleading information.
Okay, would you like to rule on that?
Okay, I'd like to rule that we move on. I did. So please just keep going, Councillor Causey. 45 seconds left and counting.
So
we will listen.
We have a lawyer in the Palm Beach and Well Beach Association who has actually basically found that there are very few ways, if any, for the community to appeal against any decision in the Land and Environment Court. This is a complex issue that only the New South Wales Government can resolve. I will therefore be supporting this motion, calling on the State Government to reform the appeals process for the court and commend Councillor Dillon for bringing it to the chamber.
Okay, thank you. As the mover of the motion, if nobody else has anything to add, would you like to have a right of reply?
I'm fine with that. I'm comfortable.
Okay,
I'd like to
all right.
actually thank
So we
staff
can
for their work on this.
Put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard and myself. Those against, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh. Declare that carried. We'll move a procedural motion now to see if we could extend the meeting for half an hour. Moved by Councillor Hernjack, seconded by Councillor Giltman. All those in favour? I know there'll be some against. Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Dillon. Oh, now it's unanimous, is it? Okay. All right, declare that carried. So back on to the next notice of motion now, which was 14.3.
Can I just move a procedural motion, though, that we go into confidential session to deal with all the confidential items, and particularly the matter that I raised earlier that's been going on for some time? And don't we have a General Manager's performance review to complete?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so could I move that we go into confidential session to deal with items 18.1, 18.2, 18.3, 18.4 and the matter that was previously referred to as needing to be in confidential session, which was 10.1, the Park Life Partnership Proprietary Limited Rent Arrears Write-Off.
Okay, so what I will say is exactly like what I said at last month's meeting. Happy to go into confidential. However, the CEO's report will need to be done last, because at that one, all the staff have to leave, including the CEO. So as long as that one's done last, because we can talk about him.
I'm happy to
But
talk
yes,
about him.
all right. So happy for a resolution. Can't put that, Councillor Robins. Moving into confidential. Thank you very much. You've been an amazing audience hanging in as long as you have.
Make sure you're there Monday.
that Eva, who was up here, appreciate the fact that this is Eva's last time with council. She's kept that very quiet, but yet again, Randwick steals one of our staff. So thank you very much for your years of absolute passion for what you've done in this area. It's been incredible, Eva, and we will miss you. Okay.
That's a big loss to the council.
I know. Okay, we're moving or moved into open session, which means that we now have to show what we've done in confidential. Okay, so 10.1 is the Park Life Partnership Proprietary Limited, which we did in confidential. 18.1, LinkedIn Recruitment Services. 18.2, which is the Ringa Recreational Centre development for the Squash Court building. And that's it. So at 11:16, with still a bit of a smile on some of our faces, would like to declare the meeting closed. We all look at each other stunned. Thank you very much and farewell to